Chapter 30, Conversation about the Future. Third-person perspective. After Toru and Esther left the guild, Philip confessed that he sent adventurers on quests that would lead to their failure, leading to their expulsion from the guild. He hid important information that he was supposed to convey, and he gave adventurers requests that was beyond their capabilities. Many of the adventurers died because of Philip, and many newbie adventurers were expelled from the guild. If Toru didn't save Esther, the number of adventurers who would have died due to Philip's schemes would have just kept on increasing. Why did he do that? Philip didn't answer the question until the end, and Finlayson had no way to press him for more information. He misused his power as the guild's chief receptionist, but every adventurer is liable for their own life. Adventurers basically have the freedom to receive requests, except for nominated requests issued by guilds and city, town lords during emergencies. It is the adventurer who makes the final decision whether a request fits their abilities or not. Legally, Philip cannot be charged. However, he still sinned in the eyes of the adventurers. Naturally, the adventurers who have been removed from the guild were angry upon hearing this. The guild accepted their demands and allowed those who were newly disqualified return and reapply to be an adventurer once again. Also, they may restart from their previous rank, when they normally restart from F rank. This eliminated some controversies, but nonetheless, the credibility of Finlay's Adventurer Guild has plummeted. Even if special or nominated requests appear in the future, every adventurer would be suspicious of the guild, thinking, is this request a trap? If the completion rate of the request declines, the income of the guild will decline. The scheming of one employee put the Finlay's Adventurer Guild in hot water. Philip, who was the instigator of the schemes against the adventurers, was soon found dead in the back alley of Finlay's the day after he left the guild. Philip was stabbed through the heart, coming from behind him. His death was veiled in mystery. Is the criminal a murderer with a grudge, an adventurer, or is the murderer someone who knows about his mysterious behavior? In any case, why did Philip act like that? The truth has been buried in darkness. The day after he formed a party with Esther, Toru was sparring with Esther in the courtyard of the inn. Tilde Toru's perspective. Yeah. Esther, take this. Esther. Esther's wooden sword swung down on towards my head. I calmly received the wooden sword now coming towards my side. But the wooden sword changed speed on the way. The change in speed caused my parry to fail. Still, I did not panic and changed my center of gravity. The wooden sword approaching me slowed as I evaded and it slipped past my side. I see. Esther doesn't continue to apply less than strength enhancement greater than but activates it at appropriate moments. It also becomes a feint attack while she is suppressing mana consumed. I deal with Esther's wooden sword while quickly analyzing her attack, why it suddenly changes speed. At first glance, an attack that wide is full of gaps. But the disadvantages disappear due to the timely activation of less than strength enhancement greater than, and it turns into an effective attack. Even if another attack comes again, I could not make a counter-attack because I was careful of the wooden sword suddenly accelerating. With only a little ingenuity from Esther, one of my attacks have been rendered useless. It was a really good attack. I am currently training in the morning with Esther. Until now, I have been training in the morning by himself. I trained every morning without ever skipping. When I train, my vision becomes clearer, and I am able to incorporate less than sword dart greater than into my body's motor memory. Morning training was a routine I practice in this world. Esther wanted to participate in my morning training today. It seems to be better than me practicing by myself. Thinking about it, I sparred with Esther using wooden swords, and I found that it exceeded my expectations. Skills are just tools. The higher the skill, the more efficient and effective the tools are. However, it is through my own will that ultimately unleashes the potential of that tool. No matter how high my skills are, I cannot use them at 100% without knowledge and ingenuity. If I have a good tool but don't know how to use it properly, it is just good as jewelry. What I could learn from sparring is how to use the tools properly during battles. This training session with Esther was effective at teaching me about how fights progress in reality. I can't help but smile at the actual battle experience accumulating in my mind and body. I was euphoric from the feeling of having my skills shine and become bridges towards any goal I have. Ha 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 ha. Toru, I can't help but laugh while Lester and I clash swords. Occasionally I attack, sometimes a feint, and sometimes a weak blow. What are you doing in the courtyard? Suddenly, the loud voice of the landlady can be heard all over the place. Both me and Esther were surprised. Our shoulders shook. Oh, good morning. Toru and Esther, good morning. Not at all. It's a common area. If you're training, people can't use them well. Landlady, I can clearly see, there were some other guests at the doorway facing the courtyard. All the guests are frowning already. Apparently, Esther and I had disturbed their morning routines. Excuse me, Toru, I'm sorry, Esther, exactly. If you do it, please do it in another place. See you again. Landlady, I and Esther rushed out of the courtyard to escape the angry gaze of the other guests. I'm annoying me in guests. Toru, yeah. It's not a good idea. Esther, in the future, my daily morning training can't be held in the courtyard. But I didn't want to quit my morning training. During my life in Japan, it would have been quite a surprise to see me working out early in the morning every day. People who are constant morning joggers take a look at me and their eyes filled with contempt are telling me, the day has just started and you're already tired. Before, my body would move clumsily, but now I can do acrobatic movements no sweat. Even when I tire out my body, after a night's sleep I feel no adverse effects from wearing out my body the day before. Isn't it possible to rent a vacant house somewhere? Toru, that's a good idea. Esther claps loudly with bread in her mouth and talks to me. If you rent a vacant house, you can train in the morning and you will not bother other people. Toru, Esther's words are truly a good idea, but having two people, a man and a woman under a roof? Are you thinking clearly about this or not? I send her a questioning look. But Esther just nods over and over saying, this is a good idea. It is likely that she hasn't thought about it. She's a little dangerous. The uncle-like guard flashed in my mind along with those words. Suddenly the image raised his thumb for some reason. I drove out the image smiling guard from my head with all my might. Yes, Esther is a little bit dangerous. However, I don't feel any intent to attack from her. So I decided to just be careful. So we have a goal set for the near future. We have to find a house for rent where we can have morning training. Esther, first of all, we have to work and make a lot of money. Toru, oh yes. Esther, we head for the guild in search of a new request. There, we found a unique request. It was a pretty good quest. I was a little disappointed in the quest but decided that it was quite a safe request, so we decided to accept the request. I didn't know that it would lead to another troublesome event. Chapter 31, New Magic Sword Power Gold Version ? I waste the time as I erase the less than lighting greater than that I cast in the futon the night before. If it were the usual, it's time for me to head to the inn courtyard and train early in the morning. But yesterday, the landlady has issued a ban on training on the courtyard. The sun has just risen and is still some times before breakfast is served. The quest on how to kill free time was born. When I was in Japan, I was killing time with my smartphone or computer. Toru, There is no such convenient device in the Agad. I thought and deliberated in my head for a while, but I remembered that I have the skill board. Yeah, I should allocate the skill points that were gained. Toru, the skill tree was displayed on the skill board as packed with the skills available. Like this, it would be hard to find a skill I want and it would be easy to miss the skills I might need. I can hide the skills I will never use by using the hide function I discovered on the skill board. As an example, I won't ever need festival-related skills such as less than goldfish scooping greater than less than disc throwing greater than less than die tossing greater than or cherry-related skills such as less than cherry X's and not greater than or less than cherry seed spitting greater than. There are also a ton of other extraneous skills. It's quite the hassle if I have to reorganize it every time. Looking at the A4 size skill board that appeared in front of me, I noticed something strange. Status: Toru Minasuki. Level: 2021. Race: Human. Primary job: Swordsman. Secondary job: Magician. Rank: I2. Skill points: 2 1012. Passives: Complete enhancement +8. Body enhancement +5, magic enhancement +5, natural recovery +5, enhanced resistance +5, limit break, stamina +5, magic +5, strength +5, dexterity +5, agility +5, intelligence +5, luck +5, techniques. Less than sword art LV5 greater than less than magic art LV5 greater than less than intuition LV5 greater than less than intimidate LV5 greater than less than thought acceleration LV5 greater than less than magic grimoire LV4 chant less casting LV4 greater than less than language comprehension LV4 greater than less than blacksmith LV4 greater than less than Aikido LV5 greater than less than condemnation LV2 greater than less than magic sword LV1 greater than. What's this? Skill points are bugged. Previously, when I distributed skills on less than condemnation greater than, I had only 2 points left. My previous level was 20 and the rank was also I. I thought that the condition for leveling up was defeating monsters. However, I haven't fought monsters since I acquired less than condemnation greater than. All I've done so far is using less than condemnation greater than on Philip and sparring with Esther. Did killing people grant leveling up or a large number of skill points? I didn't want to think that I had to cut down people to improve my level this way. Even if the level is simply an indicator of a person's ability. Murder and injury do not seem to be the actual cause of leveling up. Is it peculiar to the Japanese people that they only wish to level up by rooting out evils and not murdering? I should consider something first. I have to identify the conditions for leveling up later. I have to focus on this first. Skill points are probably bugged. Why did I get 1010 skill points all at once? I have never earned so many points with just one level up. Is it related to the fact that my rank has gone up? If the rank goes up, I can probably get 1000 points. I growl in frustration, but I can't find a reliable answer to this mystery. I thought for a while. Then I have stopped worrying about it. It's useless and pointless. Rather, how should I spend the points? 1012 points. It appeared at the right moment. Maybe I should raise the level of less than magic sword greater than. If you don't have a lot of skills, I need to spend the points, right? Since the number of points required to raise the level of magic sword is more than enough, I should level it up. No, maybe I should acquire skills for survival. My parallel thoughts collided and conflicted. But I decided to spend the points in less than magic sword greater than. Just focusing on pure survival skills would not fulfill my hopes of adventuring. Appear less than magic sword greater than. The magic sword appears in my hand. Gazing at it, I memorized its status in my brain. OK. After remembering the status of less than magic sword greater than, I tapped the skill board. Greater than skill points, 1012. Greater than magic sword LV1, greater than less than magic sword LV2, greater than. Well, did it change? I stare carefully at the less than magic sword greater than I've just leveled up. Less than magic sword greater than still looks like a black blade with a red line. However, I could not see any change once it changed from LV1 to LV2. Oh, that's right. I leveled up my skills, but my appearance hasn't changed either. I hoped that there would have been physical changes and my shoulders fall in disappointment, but the level has risen. I think there have been some changes. When it comes to the changes, there are 3 possible improvements. 1. The blade has become sharper. 2. A normal person can be cut. 3. Ability to change its appearance. I can't confirm one right now, but it has been very sharp from the beginning. If it were any sharper, the stats would be more than what I should handle. For me, an inferior person and a newbie adventurer, I won't be able to use this sword in a situation where its full potential is used. And I would like to avoid those situations where I have to test the sharpness of the blade. I will check one later. I would like to refrain from testing too. For me, that property, magic sword, is a kind of safety. If I can slash people, I might kill someone like Philip. 2 would make me a murderer if such an event occurs again. Perhaps I would have done something irreversible. If not now, when? Yes, I can confirm it, right? Readying myself from the pain, I touched the blade of magic sword with the tips of my finger. Then, oh, it passed through the blade of less than magic sword greater than. That's good then. Relief fills my heart. A sword that cannot hurt people is a defective weapon, but I still gain peace of mind because the sword cannot be used to kill people. If that is the case, the remaining one is. When I muttered the possibility of transformation, my heart begins to beat in excitement. If 3 is correct, I would be super happy. Reforming, transformation, and merging, splitting our childish dreams. But dreams don't just disappear. Getting up of the bed, I shouted in excitement. Come on. Come on. Transform. Suddenly, the magic sword in my hand split in the middle. With the grip not moving, the split part rotates around and sticks under the handle. Hi, it's here. Is this a large sword? Or a double-bladed sword? I excitedly watched the sword. When it is stuck under the handle, both ends bent to a slight arc. A translucent string is connected from the tip of the top to the bottom. Oh, it's a bow. Less than magic sword greater than has changed to a bow. The sword sort of shimmered and suddenly it was there and the transformation is complete. Less than magic sword greater than, but it is now bow. How is this correct? The skill name is still less than magic sword greater than, though it transformed into a bow, it's still less than magic sword greater than on the skill board. It has not changed to less than magic bow greater than. In the first place, the transformations that I was imagining were seeing it have larger blades. Or it would change to a drill, probably a scythe. I would never have expected it to be a bow. But well, a transformation is a transformation. The burning passion that had been overflowing suddenly cooled. The fact that magic sword LV2 was a transformation is something wanted by inner child Toru. However, the transformed form is a bit of a letdown. I don't even have bow techniques. If I want to use it well, I would have to spend some more skill points. Also, there are no arrows. Congratulations, you have the strongest weapon. If you want to use it, please pay up. Is it a free-to-play mobile game that only eats up money? But I don't think I can even use it without proper skills. I have experience in swordplay during my time joining kendo classes, but I have never touched a bow. As a test, I held the bow upright with my left hand and my free hand pulled back the string tightly. Ugh. What is this really hard? My status is already raised to level 21, but I can't even draw this properly without an arrow. It's a ridiculously taut bow. Noog. I managed to pull a string using less than strength enhancement greater than. However, although the strings have been barely pulled, my fingers felt torn. Well, that's enough, I laughed from the strain in my arms. I accidentally released it. Push hun. Far. Immediately before the string returned, a jet black arrow appeared in the center of the magic bow. The arrow was pushed by the translucent string. It penetrated the wall at such a speed that it could barely be noticed, and disappeared to the other side. Apparently, this magic bow can make magic arrows if the string is pulled back. If the characteristics of less than magic sword greater than is also a property of the magic bow, those arrows cannot kill humans. Fortunately, the holes punched by the arrow is small that only a thin rope can pass through. Since there are holes in some of the walls of the inn, no one will notice when the number of holes increased by 1. Wherever the arrow flies, whether it penetrates a wall or hits a bowl, it cannot harm a person. So, okay, it's time for breakfast. I pretended to have not seen anything. Chapter 32, even after finding a good job. Let's finish this request soon, I said to Esther while she was eating her delicious breakfast. Esther, who had just dipped black bread into the soup, leaned her head in that position. Her ponytail sways seemed to be asking, "Are you taking breakfast for granted?" Our immediate goal is to rent a house where you can work in the morning. You can't rent a house forever unless you clear the request and earn money. However, it's an E-rank job. I can't earn enough to keep a rented house. Toru, I see. First of all, let us both aim for a rank up. Esther, exactly. Toru, I don't know the price of Eagard's house rental, but I think that if we think about renting a house, we will have to make a lot of money. 1 goblin subjugation reward is 40 guards. This is going to be a bit tough. Esther, yes, not only rent and living expenses, but money. We need money during preparations for requests. Toru, our best chances of being able to pay for all our daily expenses and rent is to aim for an income where 30% of it is devoted to rent. This was the common sense when I was still living in Japan. If this also applies to Eagard, E-rank adventurers' monthly income still causes some worries. Therefore, it is better to rank up. If we reach D rank, you can undertake a better job than E rankers. Even if we rent a house, we have enough leeway. I am not anxious about the increasing difficulty of requests we accept so we could rank up faster. However, the rockworms I defeated the other day is a D rank monster. I thought that if the difficulty we faced on subjugating rockworms is the usual for D rank monsters, we would be able to subdue them without any problems. So, let's go see the requests. Toru, okay. By the way, Toru, are you free once we're done at the guild? Esther, I have some free time after we finish accepting a quest. Is there some place you need to go to? Toru, oh, there's a place I want to stop by. I want you to come with me there. Esther, okay. We'll do it, after looking over the requests in the guild. Toru, I forced black bread and salt soup into my stomach once again. After breakfast, we went to the guild as soon as we're done. The other day, Phillips, the chief receptionist, wrongdoings were revealed to the whole guild. As a result, many Finless-based adventurers are now distrustful of the guild. It was probably the cause of the guild being empty despite most adventurers should have been here like the day before. We headed to the E-rank bulletin board after crossing the empty guild hall. Then, 1 gold coin completion reward. A request with a completion reward of 1 gold coin caught my eye. As an E-rank request, it is quite a great start. What happened, Toru? Esther, nothing. This is the request. Toru, 1 gold coin? Esther, as a reward. Even Esther, who was used to taking requests, had her eyes almost pop. There might be a catch. Esther, Toru, the guild's sins have just come to light. It's only natural for Esther, who was a victim, to doubt E-rank requests giving this much. However, on the contrary, I thought that there was no catch to the request. But at the moment, should we just take an easy to complete request? Toru, what do you mean, Toru? Esther, surely, if they make low-rank quests give high rewards, people would definitely suspicious. You make a low-ranking request and get the rewards so far, anyone will be suspicious. If there is a backside, I think that it is not easy to train like this. Toru, maybe so. Esther, for me, I wouldn't post such an easy-to-understand request like it's saying, I'm a suspicious request. Set up like a normal quest. Toru, for the time being, I check more requests that are posted. Urgent request, large cleaning task, E-rank, contents, cleaning task of Nace Church, clean the areas within Nace Church. Clearing conditions and period, until client receives the holy sign, reward, 1 gold coin, failure condition, none, failure penalty, none, there seems to be no room for anything in terms of the contents of the request. Since it is not a battle request, there is no danger of losing lives on the way. In addition, the condition of failure is limited to the case where the user declares retirement. Esther, what is this holy sign? Toru, the holy sign is a symbol that represents God. There are a total of 6 pillars of God's Enneagod, and each has a holy sign. Esther, really, Toru? The holy sign is similar to a family crest and or a sovereign's seal. But this clear condition is uneasy. Toru, sure. We may be made to clean endlessly. Esther, however, the reward is attractive. I didn't want to give it up just because it was suspicious. Let's ask a little bit more about it. Toru, so I grabbed the request form and walked towards the reception. At the reception was Marie, who has taken care of me during my registration as an adventurer. She smiled widely as she looked our way. Toru? Marie, hi. Esther. Suddenly Esther slipped in front of me while wearing a hard-to-read expression. Somehow I was scared that my heart began to beat faster. Good morning, Toru-san and Esther-san. Marie, good morning Marie. Esther, good morning. Marie, Toru, what kind of business do you have today? Marie, I have something to ask about the request. Toru, I presented the request form. Marie, looking at the paper, blinked, looking quite surprised. This request, why is the reward so unexpectedly generous? Toru, I'm sorry, Toru-san. From which board did you find this request? Marie, it's from the bulletin board there. Toru, saying that, I glanced at the bulletin board for E-ranker. However, it seems that Marie doesn't know all the requests. Toru, sorry, can you wait for a moment? Marie, no problem. Toru, then Marie headed to the shelf behind the counter. The shelves contain a large amount of books that may be relevant to the request. After pulling out a few books from the shelves, Marie glanced back towards the request and returned to the counter again. However, her expression is a little confused. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Regarding the rewards for the large cleaning task, there was no mistake with the amount. Marie, what's wrong then? Toru, I'm a receptionist, and I've received all the requests, but I just don't remember this request at all. Marie, is it a fake request? Toru, Since I don't have the name of the client, I thought about that possibility. However, there was a contract issued by the guild when request was given by the client, and the reward was already paid in advance. Marie, it was posted on the bulletin board following the formal procedures. But Marie says she doesn't know about it. This caused Esther to purse her lips. Toru. Seems like this request is a trap. This may be some of Philip's work. Esther. Marie. Esther's words struck Marie hard and she looked quite gloomy. There have probably been a string of people backing out of a request similar to Esther. But I thought about it more and... No, let's receive this quest. Toru. Did you listen to me? Esther. Yeah. The guild went through the formal process before posting the request, right? Toru. It went through all the proper channels. That's right. Marie. Don't you think it's not suspicious? Esther. But the rewards are already in the guild, so it's not fake. Marie. Marie desperately defends the guild amidst Esther's accusations. Looking at the two, I have to say something. I am listening to Esther's opinion, but it seems like the reward is real. And I want to earn as much and as fast as I can. Toru. Why is Toru so particular about this request? Can we not take other requests? Esther. Because this request seems interesting, right? Toru. Esther's question was answered by my laugh, hopefully easing the tense atmosphere. Requests that the receptionist does not know. They don't know the name of the client and when it was posted. However, the request passed all the proper channels and the request fee has been paid. It's quite the mystery. There's no doubt that I am very interested in this mystery. I would have rejected it if this was a subjugation request, but I don't think it's a life-threatening request. Toru. Sure, maybe. Esther. Esther is still reluctant, but I have already decided to accept this request. We can fail without any disadvantage. It's a waste to not accept. So Esther. Marie. Where is this nice church? Toru. My questing is greeted by silence from the two. It was like, are you planning to accept the request without knowing that? Are they saying that to me? Toru. The nice church is a church somewhere in Finlis. Marie. Yes, it's said to be somewhere in Finlis. Esther. What do you mean by that? Toru. Chapter 33, The Church of Alphas. Not only the request, but the building that will be cleaned is also mysterious. Isn't Esther reluctant because I don't know if the Nesis church exists? Is there a Nesis church? Toru. Yes, there is it, but it is said that it cannot be reached by any normal means. Esther. Normal means? Toru. Nesis is the god of fate. That's why there is a rumor that unless you are destined to find the church, you cannot visit the church. Some people try to go to church, but some people can't reach the church even if they journey towards it. Esther. Once in the past, we've conducted a large-scale search through the guild, but not all adventurers have arrived. Some have not. There are those who have reached the church, some who have been there but couldn't reach it again, those who have never reached the church, and those who have reached the church only during the search. Reports on the location of the church are mixed, and even the guild personnel couldn't tell where the location was within the city. Marie. What is that amazing? Toru. Listening to this story, I became even more interested. A church of the god of fate, where people may or may not find. The person who arrives at the church is given the sense of being a chosen one. That's great. I was quite happy to accept the mysterious request. I didn't even listen to Esther's hunches. Finlis is currently the most prosperous city in the country, with a population of about 30,000. When Finlis was built, it was about 2 kilometers from the northern and southern boundary, but now the population is ballooning and it has become a huge circular city with a diameter of 5 kilometers. The original town area is in the center and is now considered as the aristocratic area. With the circular area at the center, a boulevard extends across north and south, east and west. Finlay's source of water is a river near the northern area. The city has great waterways. Besides, wells have been installed all around Finlay's. The residents will never have water problems. A fountain is set up in the central plaza that symbolizes Finlay's abundance of water. There are big divisions such as the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, and they became known as craftsmen's quarters, commoner quarters, and commercial districts. North, craftsman commoner, west noble east, commoner commercial, south, the place where we are living is located in the southwestern section facing South Boulevard. The Adventurers Guild is in the southeast at the Commoners District. Today, I was walking towards the aristocratic district, with Esther walking in front. I am walking and I thought of asking, "Hey, Esther, where are you going?" For the time being, I'm thinking of gathering information about the Nesis Church. When it comes to information about churches, it's best to ask church officials. Esther. So that's it. Esther was opposed to the request before but seems that she changed her mind. And I think Toru isn't very familiar with this world's religions. It's an opportunity, so why don't you decide on a religion to belong to? Esther. Religion. Was there no religion in your previous world? Esther. No, that's not the case. I just never believe in religion. But I respect animism's values. Everything holds a soul, so be caring. Every grain of rice is a blessing, so eat without wasting food. The spirits are always watching, so don't do bad things. However, it was not just animism in general, but the moral codes within. I can't say I believe in any faith. Also, I never believed in God in the first place. I think about what I said to the self-proclaimed God before I came to this world is still true for me. However, whether it can be spoken in front of the locals is another matter. I should change the subject. Speaking of which, who are the 6 pillar gods of Iagud? Oh, I remember them well. That's right, there is a tradition that Iagud was created by 6 pillar gods. Forcel's the god of justice, Alpha's the god of technology, Agni the god of war, Omisha god of magic, Amanomito the god of nature, and Nesis the god of fate. Esther, which of the pillars does Esther believe in? Of course, it's the war god Agni. When I became an adventurer, I became a believer and received his blessing. Esther. Esther puffed up her chest with pride, and her ponytail is swinging with pride and joy. Blessing. Is it like a talisman with a spell? Note, Kago, can mean divine blessing, divine protection, or a talisman. Is it an amulet? No, it's like a blessing. Maybe divine protection doesn't exist in Toru's world? Esther. Yeah, I don't think so. I think so? Although the words exist. And, this is the blessing of God, there was no such thing on earth. Even if there is, it is only due to people's belief that this miracle is due to God's blessing. It sounds like a very miserable world. Esther, she looked at me like a cat abandoned during a storm. I don't know what I said, but I'm sorry. It was not a miserable world. Ah? But the lack of God's blessing means that the human beings in your world were abandoned by God, right? Esther, it's probably why the people from your world come here. Esther, well, sorry. I cannot refute her words. I felt I had to apologize. Oh, what is it like to have divine protection in this world? Oh, yes. For example, the protection of the war god Agni slightly improves a person's fighting capability. Esther, oh? Just a little bit? Esther looked away. Her once proud ponytail is suddenly dulled. She looked like a person who had barely missed passing a test. Well, when I joined and got baptized, I received a blessing from God and a title appeared in my status. The strength of the protection depends on the title. Esther, in other words, the title given to Esther wasn't great. I can feel herself clamping down on whatever feeling is bursting from her. So, let's talk about divine protections. Esther wipes her tears. You can check your status by going to church. You can see it even if you aren't a believer, but you need to make a donation. Toru, have you seen your status yet? Esther, oh, well, you should look into it, at least once. Esther, I gave her a vague nod. I already have a skill board so I can check my status anytime for free though. However, no one else knows the existence of my skill board. I don't have to check my status on the church. But if I don't check it, I might look suspicious. Well, I will check my status after the request and blessing is over. It seems to be an awkward topic to talk about blessing and status, but we are currently carrying out a cleaning request for the Nesis Church. I was a little curious about divine protection, but the request is the highest priority. I changed my mindset of enjoying another world tour. We have arrived at the Alphas Church, the closest to the guild. The Church of Alphas was a flat stone building. There are no sharp roofs usually seen in modern churches. It looks like the Greek Parthenon. Note, the Parthenon is a temple for Athena, constructed at 432 BC, can be found in Athens, Greece. Google for more info. At the topmost area of the entrance of the church, a circular pattern was drawn with the letters technical god Alphas. Is that a holy seal? In front of the church, there were rows of shops along the path. It's like the Nakamais of Sensoji Temple. Note, Nakamais is a commercial street near Sensoji Temple located at Asakusa, Tokyo, Japan. Google for more info. Low price. This is the best meat skewer in the world. All items are at an affordable price. This price is low because it's a defective product. It's only half price. Get it before stocks run out. The shopkeepers who saw me had a glint in their eyes and started promoting their products all at once. I was quite interested in the products, but I can't go shopping since I'm still working. Even though I really want to go and sightsee, I focused on opening the door of the Church of Alphas. The inside of the church was made of stone. In the center were a set of chaise lounges where believers may sit or lined up. Note, chaise lounges are upholstered single-seat sofa where a person can recline, as if a sofa and a beach recliner had a baby. Google for more info. There was a stained glass portrait at the far end, and the colorful light can be seen shining down on the altar as light passes through. As I was looking around the church, a woman who seems to be a priestess or sister, dressed in a monk's uniform, rushed towards me as soon as she saw me. Welcome. What kind of business do you have today? Priestess, Sister is fully in sales mode. Her speech is similar to say less clicks that can be found in Osaka. I wanted to find out the location of the Nesis Church immediately, but the words of the priestess are firing rapidly. It's so hard to interrupt her. I'm scared of her eyes. Do you want to donate? Or get a credit card? If you register now, we can issue you a membership card for free. Priestess, me membership card? Yes. If you have a membership card, you will get 1 point for every 100 card donation, and it can be used at the stores. By the way, this card can be used at most stores in Finlis. It's a guarantee. Priestess. After I came to the Alphas Church, I found out if you go inside you may be talked to getting a membership card. This a department store or something? It is completely different from the church that I know. I stared at Hester, but she just looked back at me. What's this? Esther smiled while looking at me. Apparently, this kind of occurrence seems to be normal when you go to the Church of Alphas. Alphas was the god of technology, so many believers are craftsmen or merchants. But what about this weird mood? While holding a membership card in one hand and a credit card in another. I was holding down the sister pushing the cards towards me. I can't help but sigh. I'm sorry. I didn't come in today wanting to get a credit card. Actually, okay. When will you get one? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Priestess, that's not what I meant. Is there no end to her sales pitch? This priestess is quite the guts. Maybe you want to purchase holy water? Alpha's holy water is just 10 silver coins, great for all kinds of diseases, fire extinguishing, warding off monsters, purification, etc. If you are a believer, then you can get the discounted price of 5 silver coins. Priestess, no, I don't need holy water. I steeled myself to resist this tenacious priestess sales pitch. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in receiving credit at all. I'm here today to ask where the Nesis church is. Oh, I see. Priestess, when I told her our actual business, the air around the priestess changed. Tsk, did she just skid at me? It is the behavior of God's biased servant. I'm sorry for being rude, but I really want to know where the Nesis church is. If you want to know, become a believer first. Priestess, she's now a recruiter. Do you really know where the Nesis church is? Do I know? Priestess, her eyes suddenly began swimming fast. It's ridiculous. I have no choice but to ask Esther what to do. Esther shook her head, saying, let's go to the next church. We accomplished nothing. I'm sorry, but I'm not a believer, so we're leaving. What? Bring me some salt. Priestess, she acts like a true merchant. I walked away quickly so that we wouldn't be sprinkled with salt. So we fled and left the Church of Alphas. Chapter 34, A Sacred Mission to Waste the People's Time. Hey, Esther. Can we find out the location of the Nesis church using this method? I think we might, Esther. But asking the location of another church might be making people from that church uncomfortable. What are you anxious about, Toru? At the Church of Alphas, she treated you very politely, Esther. No, they weren't polite at all. We were thrown salt on the way out. She has cleansed us from evil spirits using salt. Isn't the priestess of the Church of Alphas kind? Esther. Yes, they do use salt for cleansing. I wanted to facepalm because of Esther's overly positive mindset. But it's too much to try recruiting followers by using holy water. Church of Alphas, how scary. Toru. Holy water is the thing the priestess said was effective against all kinds of illnesses. It was very expensive. Toru. That's natural. The purification method can only be done by the church. And it seems that to make holy water all the priests become feverish after making it. If the price is only through donation, they will try to do their best on getting some. Esther, really? Toru, I'm wondering how effective the holy water is, but even if it's said to be cheap, it costs 5 silver coins 50,000 yen. It wasn't affordable to buy. That's right, so we have to move on. In the end, even at the Church of Alphas, we couldn't get the location of the Nesis church. You couldn't even get information from the guild, right? It really wouldn't be easy to find the location. Toru, we have no time to feel discouraged. Let's go to the next lead. Esther, driven by the energetic Esther, we visited Ermisha Church next. This church is also made of stone, but it looks like the usual churches I know, unlike the Church of Alphas. When I opened the church door, I smelled the sweet scent of the flowers. I felt myself getting healed from the gentle scent of the flowers, but I was shocked to see the person lying on the altar at the end of the church. Blood. At the altar, there lay the blood-covered child. The child looked so exhausted that he couldn't complain from the pain anymore. The priestess beside him whined and sobbed. I believe in the magical god Ermisha. Why should a young child have such fate? This child is only living with his brothers and sisters. The children cannot even have proper meals. He doesn't want his younger brothers and sisters to worry. He only picked fallen change from the streets to purchase some food from the meat stall. He was just on his way home, holding a meat skewer. But he was hit by a horse carriage as he was walking on the street. Oh God! Why should a child who has done so much for his family, thinking only of his brothers and sisters, have such a tragic fate? Priestess raised both of her hands high. Please show the mercy of magic god, Ermisha, to this child. Priestess, in that word, a little ball of white light shinned a meter away from the sister's hand. The light gradually fell, touching the child's chest. The next moment, the whole body of the child was wrapped in soft light. When the light went out, the child opened his eyelid and touched his body with both hands. Ah. No. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Child, oh, the magic god, Ermisha. He has mercy deeper than the sea, and he healed the wound of this child using magic from the heavens. Thank you. Thank you. Priestess. The priestess was so touched by the occurrence she burst into tears. As she cried, I felt my eyes get warm and watery. I pressed the bridge of my nose to stop the tears. Next to me, Esther put her hands on her mouth and wept. Thank you, God. Child. The child looked up at the sky and put his hands together. The priestess says, stroking the child's head, I'm glad I did. Ermisha Sama performed the miracle because you were a believer of Ermisha. Priestess, yup. Child, of course, no miracle would have happened if we didn't pray hard every day. Priestess, yup. Child, yup. And don't forget to donate when you pray. Priestess, yeah. I donate 1 big copper coin every day. Child, wait a minute. Didn't he grow up poor? What is with the plot? Note, 1 big copper coin is 1,000 yen, approximately $10. I don't know about you, but $10 is a lot when converted in my local currency. That's daily minimum wage from where I'm from. Child and priestess, sister and the child glanced at Toru Minasuki at the same time, then the priestess stuck out her tongue. However, they immediately returned to their original solemn expression and prayed to heaven. With the blessing of the magic god, Ermisha, lives are saved in this way. Priestess, Ermisha is amazing. Child, yes. What an amazing god of magic. Priestess, what if I want to be a follower? Child, to become one, simply fill out the required information on the sheets of paper near the entrance and give it to the person in charge. Priestess, Tehahi, child, you fufu. Priestess, watching the conversation between the two, I can't help but think. What's this? If I thought I was watching a person being saved, it was just a skit for the followers. If I had kept my calm and observed, the blood on the child's clothes was too runny. Also, there were no tears in the clothes other than the blood, and he doesn't seem to be fatally injured. I want my feelings back. Unlike me, Esther wasn't looking at the scene with cold eyes. I'm glad that God helped the child. Esther, happy with tears dripping from her face. She didn't realize that this was all just a fuss. I exhaled with a sigh and opened my mouth. Excuse me, do you know where the Nesis church is? Being a follower of Ermisha, priestess, oh, that's fine. When I immediately cut off her sales pitch, the priestess' eyes, which had seemed so emotional before, were pretty dry. And the priestess points her finger towards the door. The exit is over there. No luck at Hermisha Church either. I, who received salt cleansing 2 times in a row, walked along the main street. In contrast to me, Esther's gate was light. Oh, I am glad to see good things happening. Esther, no. Esther's smile is quite refreshing, as if she watched a great drama. What's wrong, Toru? Esther, 2 consecutive fails on getting close. On the contrary, you seem fine. I saw a nice skit. Esther, oh, you knew it was a skit. I thought we were being played for fools. I felt my eyes widen in surprise. It's no surprise. Churches in Finlis usually hold such skits. Unlike the royal capital, Finlis has fewer places for entertainment, such as plays and operas. So when you hold a skit in a church, citizens seeking entertainment come to church to watch. Esther, oh, the schedule is irregular, so if you want to see a skit, you have to go there a lot. That's how Finlis churches earns their followers. Esther, isn't that rude to God? What are you saying? If God thinks you're rude, you'll be forced to quit right away. That's because God also enjoys their followers' skits. Esther, I see. I once had a solemn image of religion, was overwhelmed by the religion of this world and the casualness of their God. No, probably only a few of them are serious, and gods may be an unexpectedly casual existence. I was strangely convinced, remembering the gods that appeared in the myths from Earth. Toru. Next church, next. Esther, the next place we visited was the church of the war god Agni. The church structure is similar to the Tavalfas. The difference is the church's floor. The floor of the Agni church was packed soil. Immediately after entering the church, I saw 2 men pointing their wooden swords at each other. The men gaze at each other, giving off a tense atmosphere. I will end it with the next attack. Secret techniques Senkaryujin Kasatsuken. Agni follower 1, note, while it literally means something like flash dragon god killer sword. I kinda like it in Ramaji though. Sounds cooler. Sweet. Mysterious god of war Agnizord. Agni follower 2, the 2 approach each other quickly. After slashing each other with their weapons they parted ways. A moment of silence filled the church. The man who broke the silence was the man who shouted his technique first. Why? Senkaryujin Kasatsuken has hit you fully. Agni follower 1, I'll tell you. There is one reason you couldn't beat me. Agni follower 2, the man lifted the sword, his wooden sword in the air. That wooden sword looks familiar. You didn't have this Agni sword. Agni follower 2, what? Where can I get that Agni sword? Agni follower 1, if you go to the war god Agni church and become his believer, you can get one for free. Agni follower 2, free? Agni follower 1, and now, if you get one, you get another one free. Agni follower 2, great deal. Agni follower 1, I silently attest her, while the sweltering and painfully obvious fuss of a fight. Her cheeks are flushed and she's cupping her face with both hands. By the way, Esther believes in Agni, right? That's right. I also have that Agni sword. Esther took out 2 wooden swords from her breastplate, with their eyes shining brightly. The wooden sword was used the other day during our sparring. I thought it was familiar and I was correct. This will also make me stronger. Agni follower 1, yeah. Of course, right. Agni follower 2, with such an innocent gaze, it is hard to point out that she is being fooled. It doesn't seem to cause any harm, so I will just leave it alone. While holding the Agni wooden sword, Esther sprinted toward the 2 men who had just finished the battle. Senior brothers, I have a question. Esther, oh, aren't you a sister who also believe in the same god Agni? What's the matter? Who was that unfamiliar guy there? Oh, actually, At the request of the guild, I'm looking for the Nesis church. Esther. The eyes of the two people who heard that we were searching for Nesis church looked shook and confused. Nesis church. Sorry, sister. I can't help in locating Nesis church. Because only those who are related to that church can reach that place. Oh, right. Esther, has sister already gone to Forsel's church? No, not yet. Esther, if so, you should go. If it is a servant of the God of justice, they might know. I understand. Esther, we couldn't find any important clues, but we got some hints. The Forsel's church was a building with a triangular roof. Toru remembers the church of Forsel's that he saw on the first day he came to Finlis. By the way, sister, is the boy over there already a follower of another god? No, not yet. Esther, her. Toru, silence suddenly filled the place. Realizing the unnatural silence, I looked at Esther and her friends. Esther was staring at me with her eyes filled with a strange light. Hey? Toru? Esther, come here. Esther beckons me. I can't go there while you're sending me weird signals. I escaped like a rabbit. Ha. Her, Toru, why did you escape? Esther, no, somehow. If Toru accepted, you will get the Agnizord you know. And now you will also have to. Esther, no, I don't need it. The Agnizord from the war god Agni is just a wooden sword that is just plainly carved out of wood. The only difference from a normal wooden sword is that the handle is stamped with Agni's holy seal. Even if I get 2 of them, I wouldn't be happy at all. On the contrary, since the holy stamp is printed, it is psychologically difficult to use. So Esther, next is the Church of Fossils. Yeah. I hope I can get a good clue next. Esther, the day has already peaked. If we don't find a place, we will finish the day just looking for the Church of Nesis. I quickly headed to our next destination, the Fossils Church of Justice. _A/N. Additional content if you're confused. The two in Amisha are acting and are performing a skit, not to fool people. Toru's Tsukami destroyed the solemn atmosphere of the skit. So they stuck out their tongue in annoyance. From a Japanese perspective, the church is strange, but from a local from Finlis, Toru is a person who doesn't know how to appreciate the good stuff. This is a complete reversal, but priestesses throwing salt at you at Finlis has the same meaning as striking a flintstone in Japan. Note: striking a flintstone as you leave is a wish for good fortune or to dispel bad luck. Throwing salt, which is a custom for many cultures, as a way of exorcising evil spirits. Google Sensei is ready for more info. In fact, they blessed 2 non-believers who would challenge finding the Church of Nesis, where few have reached. Therefore, Esther's remarks of cleansing with salt and kindness were not mistaken. Chapter 35, The Power of Justice. It smells like the sun. That was the first thing I thought when we entered the Church of Fossils. The inner wall of the Church of Fossils is dyed white, similar to the outside wall. My spine tingled slightly as if I had returned to space where the self-proclaimed God was. Within the innermost part of the Church of Fossils, a woman was standing with the light shining through the skylight. The moment I saw the woman, my skin was crawled. This person. She's very strong. Similar to the white space, the priestess robe, and white bare skin. The woman gazed at me with her blue eyes and opened her mouth. I will teach children who do not know the God of justice, Fossils, what the power of justice is. Priestess. A solemn voice echoed in the church. I felt pressure from her as if God had descended. She held her hand up. Slowly lift her arm with the palm facing down. Then, a piece of paper emerged from the podium placed on the pulpit. Note: pulpit is a raised platform with a podium where Christian priests give their sermons. Google Sensei offers pictures. She hasn't touched the paper at all. When the paper came up to her eyes, she grabbed it and said, "This is the power of justice." Priestess, no, isn't it? It was the power of sleight of hand. Even with the tsukumi, the woman didn't deny it. While slightly frowning, she said as she was drawing a beautiful arc, "You still can't believe in the power of justice? Then I'll show you more of the power of justice." Priestess, then the woman thrust her hand into the pocket of her robe and took out a silver spoon from inside. After showing the spoon, she starts rubbing the spoon against her palm. The power of justice is awesome. Priestess, when she rubbed, the spoon gradually got more and more deformed. Raising the deformed spoon, the priestess says, "It's the power of justice." Priestess, "It's definitely something else." Esther ran towards the pulpit, slipping through. She looks at the spoon above the podium with a glittering look. Her ponytail was swaying frantically. "Wow, that's amazing, Toru. The spoon is bent." Esther, some things can be bent by hand, like a spoon." That's true, but if you ask me, Esther, you still can't trust the power of justice. All right. How about this?" Priestess, the woman shook the spoon a few times and held it in front of Esther. Toru. The spoon is now twisted." Esther, "It's the power of justice." Priestess, "Is it because there is an audience showing an overwhelmingly positive response in front of her? The woman is looking towards me, isn't she? She can't help but make a face." Toru. "The power of justice is amazing." Esther, "No, Esther. That's because when she shook the spoon, she just replaced it with another spoon." What? Esther had a look of despair because of what I said story. "Oh, yeah. This might be Esther's first time seeing a magic trick. I didn't react at all when he sees sleight of hand tricks because he has seen it in Japan. Esther, on the other hand, is happy because she sees these tricks for the first time. It is a little cruel to suddenly burst her bubble. As for the person who made the absurd expectations, my expectations on them have hit rock bottom." Her eyes are quivering. "This is a test of my power of justice." "It's okay. Then I'll show you my special power." Priestess, with that said, the woman moved her arms with quite the agile movements. She slowly stuck her hands together and laughed. "Now, take a look at the secret technique, thumb teleportation." Priestess, "Oh, that's fine. Note, come on Toru, she's probably gonna magically detach and reattach her thumbs. That's super high level power." From the name of the technique, the expectations went further down. I had to immediately stop her. The woman, who stuck out her hands out in front, raised her mouth slightly. "You are afraid of the power of justice." Priestess, "No." "Oh yeah, you're right. Then, fill out this paper." Priestess, "No thanks." When I interrupted her words, this time the woman puffed her cheeks and made a pouty face. My intuition skill roughly grasped the ability of the woman. She is strong. She has the same or better ability than the guild trainer ogre. Note, he's ogre again? Is he Graf or ogre? Ugh. When I think about what she would do next, I feel like I'm going to have to sit down. Still, I haven't asked yet. Do you know the location of the Church of Nesis? Unfortunately, I don't even know the location of the Nesis Church. Priestess, the woman shook her head. I can see that she didn't look like she was lying. No clue. After leaving the Church of Fossils, my shoulders sagged. I never thought that I would go around all the churches not finding a clue. Also, at the Church of Agni, they said, if it is a servant of the God of Justice, they might know. The amount of disappointment is higher the more my hopes go higher. The last one is the Church of the God Amano Mito? No, A Manomito doesn't have a church. Esther, well, why is only one of the gods is exempt from the others? No, he's not. Esther smiled at my words. A Manomito is the god of nature. He is everywhere as long as there's nature. The doctrine is to pray to nature as a whole, not to build and worship a church. That's why Manomito doesn't have a church. Esther, really, the way of thinking is close to Japanese animism. I felt a sense of familiarity with the Manomito and became interested in the belief. If he has a sacred place, I would like to visit it once. That's right, it's too early to be disappointed. Esther, I say so. I think we just couldn't get a clue to the shortcut. It's not that we failed, so from here on, we'll just have to look for it properly. Esther. Oh, yeah, that's right. I just couldn't get a clue to the fastest route. We haven't failed yet. I was moved by Esther's positive thoughts. I have regained my motivation. At that time, a narrow road suddenly caught my eye. Then, Esther, let's start by looking at the alley over there. Okay, Esther, I haven't decided on anything. First of all, I just want to get closer to that place. With that feeling, I headed towards the alley. As soon as I went down the road, a building appeared. It was a grey building surrounded by a fence. The building has low ceilings and no luxurious decorations. Before visiting Finlis, I would have thought this was just a private residence. However, the building was not wooden but stone. In other words, it is not just any private home. A mark is dug on the entrance door. That is, it is the holy mark of Nesis. Esther, that means. Is this building the Church of Nesis? I looked at the building. Somehow, I found it quite easily. That's right, but Nesis is the god of fate. It is fate set by God that brought and guided us here. Esther, what on earth have we been doing so far then? I haven't exerted my body to come this far, but I think I am mentally exhausted. If this was fate, I wanted him to lead me to the church earlier. Let us enter for the time being. That's right. If we don't finish it today, we might not be able to come again tomorrow. Esther, on the contrary, it is possible that we will not be able to leave the church until cleaning is complete. There was only one road, but there were many forked roads on the way back, and no matter which road I took, I feel like we would return here. If this is God's interference, that's likely to happen. Excuse me. When I pulled the door squeaked and creaked. There was no one behind the door. The accumulated dust is quite thick. There are no human footprints anywhere to be seen. No one has visited here for a while. The church looked as if it had been forgotten by Finlis itself. The Nesis church is not maintained, isn't it? It seems like it, Esther. Maybe there are no believers. There is a possibility, Esther, since you cannot visit a church without fate. The number of believers does not increase as in other churches. I headed for the pulpit, leaving footprints on the dust layer. The church has only chaise lounges, a pulpit, and a podium. There are no stained glass and no decorations. It was a fairly simple church. The building is filled with the smell of dust. Unlike traditional churches, it wasn't the air that made me want to take a deep breath. Who was the one who requested this place to be cleaned? Maybe God? Esther, no, stop joking. It's not a joke. It's not unusual, but quite rare. Esther. I titled my head and face. Esther was good at making me. By the way, the world where Toru came from was abandoned by God. Esther, I don't agree with that phrase. That's right in the sense that God has never directly interfered with Earth. But I nodded reluctantly. Toru, in this world God exists. Esther, eh? Not just in fairy tales or holy scriptures. Oh. Sometimes they've come down, and sometimes they talk to priests. Just recently, I've heard that the god of justice, Fossils, came down to attend a coronation from the kingdom of Yusta. Esther, really. It is a phenomenon that is unlikely to happen on Earth, like an advent of God. What will happen when they come down? I want to see it once while I'm still alive. Well, Toru, it's time to start cleaning. Esther, that's right. Oh, before that, I stood in front of the pulpit and prayed. I didn't know the correct way to pray, so I gave a Shinto style of 2 bows, 2 claps, and 1 bow. I will clean this place with all my heart. Something happened after I gave my prayer. First login bonus, Chapter 36, Gift from God, Curse. My ears heard a strangely familiar voice that was definitely not Hester's. I was astonished at the view my eyes have laid upon. It was the pure white space. In front of me was a self-proclaimed god who is still wearing the same white clothes. My breathing stopped for a moment. I lost comprehension of what was happening. My mind completely blanked for a moment. Low, login bonus? Don't boys like you enjoy hearing that? Nesis. Were you Googling men's hobbies? This self-proclaimed god was tapping at the smartphone with her palm as she tells me this. She threw the phone away and leaned toward me, then said, "It's the first memorable first login since I sent you to Eargud. This time I'll give you a special gift as my blessing. Self-proclaimed god equals, Nesis, _ obtain the title, Nesis servant. No, it's fine. The title, Nesis servant, is refused. Why? Nesis, if I have it, I might become a believer or something like that, right? Tsk. So? Nesis, did this god just click her tongue? I looked directly at her eyes. It's an honor for anyone in this world to receive special blessings from me. It's a very good blessing, so don't be shy and take it. Nesis, you were bestowed with the title, Nesis servant. I don't need it. The title, Nesis servant, is refused. But the title, Nesis servant, is cursed. The title, Nesis servant, could not be removed. Did you do something strange? It's okay, don't mind it. Nesis, the self-proclaimed god, laughed at me while looking quite smug. I had a lot of questions to ask this god since I came to Eargud, but it is quite hard to recall the questions. Her sudden appearance caused the inside of my head to turn white. By the way, why is the self-proclaimed god here? Why are you full of doubt? I'm Nesis. I'm worshipped as the god of fate in this world. Nesis, the girl who called herself Nesis, was really exuding this smugness. How about that? I can't help but look at this pitiful Nesis. Who is worshipped. Even though you have no believers. Ugh. I don't have 0 believers. There's one. Nesis, there is only one person her. The other gods have many believers. Hey, belief on me isn't something that all humankind can accept. And just because they have many believers doesn't mean that deity is powerful. Nesis's speech sounds like the excuse of someone extremely socially awkward. Isn't that one believer? Me? While Nesis was busy fidgeting and sweating, I remembered that I particularly wanted to hear about one thing. By the way, Nesis. Sama? I have something to ask about. Magic sword. You don't need to ask. Oh yeah, magic sword. You've already improved it to LV2? How easy is it to use? Nesis, it's not bad, but why can't it cut humans? Or is it only humans that can't be cut by it? Yeah. Only humans can't be cut, though. The humans you think are a little different from the humans in Eargud. Nesis, different? There are quite a few demons in this world. as you might say, including those that their magic sword can't cut. Nesis, why is there such a specification? I believe the specifications of magic sword are not bad at all. On the contrary, there are many situations where it is better to have that as a safety measure. Murder can become a habit. Nesis, it's the line of the detective Hercule Poirot in the detective story written by Agatha Christie. Note, Hercule Poirot is a character from a series of mystery novels made by Agatha Christie. His first appearance is in her book The Mysterious Affair at Styles, 1939. For more info, ask Google Sensei. I don't know if someone like me who has never killed a person can become addicted to murder. However, if I become addicted to it, I might never be able to be cured of it. The restriction on magic sword was exactly what I wanted. The reason why humans can't be cut is not that it was made that way, but because it's not its intended effect. The main purpose of the blade is the restoration of a person's fate. Nesis, fate. Restoration. If someone twists a person's original destiny, the power within the magic sword can restore that person's original destiny. An example is a person who had a manipulated soul. Nesis. Based on Nesis' words, I remembered the changes from when I slashed Clement and his friends and Philip. When I slashed them with their magic sword, they became sensible as if they had completely changed. Were they manipulated by someone? While I was wondering, Nesis clapped her hands. Oh yeah. By the way, why don't you try using the skill board properly? Nesis. No, I'm using it properly. Then why haven't you set your title? Nesis. Title? Ah, you didn't notice that. It's okay. Your title can be set at the bottom of the skill board, so check it carefully later and set one. Nesis. Oh, okay, I didn't notice that the skill board had such a function. However, it is not a mystery that I didn't notice. There were so many techniques displayed on the screen that I couldn't check all the way at the bottom. Suddenly, I remembered another one of the questions I should have been asking God. Oh, that's right. Why did Nesis-sama add strange skills like eyeball weight estimation to my available techniques? Because it looks interesting, Nesis. It was just a whim, eh? Anyway, it's a silly reason. No. Eyeball weight estimation. If you activate it, you may open up a new path, right? Nesis. Then, how about mimicry? If I imitate the king, I might become famous. Are they really popular? Nesis. Certainly. Impersonators that are also singers and entertainers were very popular in Japan. So what about here in Eargood? Even if I imitate the king, there is a possibility that the existence of the king is too obscure to the public and no one notices the impersonator. Or even if I was noticed, the future of being executed for lèse-majesté seemed clear to me. Note, lèse-majesté, a French term meaning to do wrong to majesty, is an offense against the dignity of a reigning sovereign or against a state according to Wikipedia Sensei. The range of skills is the range of possibilities. Even if it doesn't seem to be usable at first glance, there may actually be effective uses. If you decide that you need stubbornness and activated it, your field of vision will narrow. Cool, huh? Nesis, huh? Then, that's it for this time. Nesis, well, wait a minute. I still have something to ask. That's for the next meeting. Nesis smiled and was already waving her hands. Her appearance blurred as if there was fog covering the area. Oh yeah, thank you for cleaning that church. Nesis, how did the guild issue a cleaning request? I did. There is a cleaning tool cabinet in the corner of the church, so you can freely use the tools in it. People will come soon, so make sure every corner is clean. Nesis, at the same time, she finished her words. The white space and Nesis disappeared from my vision. When I blinked, I was back from where I was before the white space. Next to me was Esther praying with her hands clasped together. Perhaps this is the proper etiquette of this world. I felt like I had a conversation with the god of fate Nesis for nearly 5 minutes, but it didn't seem like much time had passed in this world. Make sure every corner is clean. I looked around and immediately found a cleaning tool cabinet. It really happened. That made me realize that it wasn't a dream or an illusion. Esther, there is a cleaning tool over there, so let's use it. Yeah? Why does Toru know that there are cleaning tools in that box? Esther, well, that's, somehow. Only I know about the cabinet held cleaning tools. I inadvertently said something that Esther did not know. I hurriedly ran towards the cabinet. A deck brush, a broom, and a dustpan were stored in a cleaning tool case. With only these tools and the size of this room. The church pretty huge, about the size of 2 school classrooms, joined together. It hasn't been used or cleaned for quite a while, so dust is piled up like a thick carpet inside. Also, there are many cobwebs on the ceiling, and dust had also stuck to the spider webs. There were several stains on the wall that I didn't quite understand what they are and where they came from. Okay, Toru. We'll finish it all at once before the sun goes down. Esther. If we don't start working early, the cleaning will never end. However, even after working hard, it didn't seem that the chore would end by the end of the day. What's wrong with you, Toru? Esther, I have something I want to try. Is that okay? With that said, I proposed a certain strategy to Esther. Chapter 37. Church cleaning. Currently, the door of the Nesis church is open, and so are all the windows. I stand alone in the church. Everything in the church that could be damaged was taken outside the church. All that remains is the pulpit, made of stone. There is nothing that can be ruined. After confirming that, I channeled my magical power. Ikata. Normally, I activated the magic that creates a wind blade that cuts through a target with the smallest amount of mana. I imagined the blade to be thick and wide. Similar to my failed attempt on the rockworm. It got thrown instead of being cut. I deployed the Ikata inside the church. The wind swirls within the church and all the dust soar through the air. Somehow I gave the spell directions. I took in the air from the windows and expelled the dusty air through the door. And in approximately a minute, all the dust from the church were expelled through my magic. Phew. As soon as the magic was over, I breathed in the clean air. I might have overdone a not breathing part, I thought, but as soon as I saw the amount of dust that had been blown out, I knew that breathing in while that much dust circulated in the air would have been bad. If I had inhaled some of those dust particles, I would not be able to breathe easily afterward. Wow, Toru. Dust piled up outside. Bufu. Esther, who came to tell me about the situation outside, started laughing loudly as soon as she saw me. Ha ha ha. What's with that face? You're black as soot. Esther. Similar to a whirlpool in a washing machine, I was continuously rubbed by dust swirling at the center of the church. It seems that the dirt has clung deeply to some extent. I feel like a grudge is forming as soon as I saw Esther, who came from outside and is totally clean. So Toru. What's next? Esther, we should use water supply, I see. It's finally my turn. Esther holds the deck brush with both hands. But I shook my head. No, I'll do it alone first. With that said, I aimed water supply towards the ceiling. Magic can be affected by the image in your mind. I have confirmed that fact on the day I first purchased a magic tome. So this time I am thinking of a more concrete image for water supply. Water supply is part of Life Magic group that produces drinking water. The amount of purified water is about as much as a normal faucet. But what if you changed the image instead of just a faucet? Oh. Esther was surprised to see how my water supply looks. The water released from my palm reached the ceiling in a steady stream. The water removed dirt that has stuck to the ceiling for a long time. Oh. The place where the water passed. Toru, are you not really using water ball? Esther, no, it's just water supply. Water supply? Why is water supply flying and flowing strongly? Esther, that's because I changed the image. I was imagining the flow from a high-pressure washer. If water supply has as much water flowing similar to a faucet at normal times, the water can be pressurized if the outlet was smaller. Water can now reach places that are out of reach, and the pressure is enough to scrape off dirt from the surfaces. If we were to do this using water ball, the water pressure generated would have been too high and the church would have holes instead of getting it clean. In order not to destroy the church, it was necessary to use water supply that could only produce as much water like a faucet. However, there is a limit to the range, and if I don't focus, the water pressure will drop and dirt will not be removed. So I was carefully cleaning the ceiling. It's amazing, it's fun and beautiful. Esther, who watching me work on cleaning the dirt, screamed and jumped out of the church. This is because the dirty water was dripping from the ceiling. Also, I am fully soaked. It can be reapplied to dusty water. It can keep removing dirt without disturbing my concentration. Interesting. Using magic to remove dirt was something quite interesting. It is good to see the difference between the surfaces where magic is used and the place where it is not yet used. I'm cleaning all of it. I will remove all the remaining dirt. I was quite motivated. It took some time, but I was able to remove all the dirt with the high-pressure water supply on the ceiling, walls, and floor. Aren't you cold? Esther smiled wryly when she saw me, who looked like a drowned rat. She is still pristine and clean. When I saw her, I can't help but want to be a little dirty. Other evil thoughts want to burst out of my chest. I dismissed those thoughts and used water supply on myself. The dirt was washed along with the water, and I dried myself using drying hair. It was refreshing. The lack of soap makes my hair stiff, but it's many times better than when it's dirty with dust or blood. After drying himself, I looked around the entirety of the church. The church has become so clean and presentable that it is incomparable to when we first saw the place. The fact that the wall was originally white and that the pulpit had a sacred mark on the back can be clearly seen now that the cleaning has been completed. Yeah. This place looks great. Esther was looking at me, who was happy with my cleaning skills. Hey, Toru. Did you only use water supply to clean? Esther, yes. Is there a problem? No, but I thought there should be more water that was used to clean the place. Esther, apparently, there is very little water used. Hearing Esther's words, I looked at my feet. There is still a small amount of water on the floor. It's natural because I also cleaned the floor using water supply. From here on, I was planning to use drying to remove water. Sure, there are few puddles. The amount of water produced by me does not match the amount of water that is on the church floor. Water flowed out of the church. It was clear from the traces of water that overflowed outside the church. Oh? Looking at the water on the floor, I noticed that the water was flowing somewhere. Following the flow, I found a small gap between the pulpit and the alcove. Note, an alcove is a cavity or depression on a church wall. It was a square gap, just like underfloor storages in Japanese houses. I searched for a handle somewhere, but I couldn't find one. I had no choice but to use the magic sword. While praying that it wouldn't break, I inserted it into the gap and used their magic sword as a lever. Then, the floor lifted quite easily. I put the cover to one side. There was a staircase going down. It's a pretty steep staircase too. The other side of the stairs is completely hidden in the darkness. The entire staircase was also wet. Most of the water from water supply probably flowed down along this staircase. What is this? Maybe a secret treasury? Sorry, Toru. This is probably a shelter. There are underground shelters not only in Nezu's church but also in other churches. Esther, what? A shelter? I thought it was a secret treasury. Esther's words cooled my excitement. Don't feel bad. The church is considered a safe house for the general public. In the event of a big fire or disaster, the citizens will gather around the churches and move to an underground shelter. Esther, I see. Because of Esther's explanation, I finally realized the reason behind all churches are made of stone. Stone is resistant to temperature changes. Even if Finlis is hit by a big fire, if they escape to the stone churches, they can survive a big fire. Also, because it is more robust than wooden structures, stone buildings are less likely to be destroyed in the event of a war or enemy attack. It wasn't for aesthetics or a show of power, but for the protection of the citizens that these churches are made from stronger materials. But if there is a shelter in the Nezu's church, no one can easily reach it, right? Maybe it's not a problem. Maybe. Esther's reply was quite vague. I would like to say that it's going to be okay, but I couldn't say it when I saw the church looked like it hasn't been visited for quite a long time. Aside from that, it is also an underground shelter. We have to clean this shelter, right? Probably. Esther, the cleaning mission is to clean the Nezu's church. As long as the basement is part of the Nezu's church, the request will not be completed unless it is also cleaned. I used lighting on my palm and went down the stairs. The ceiling was low, but the space was as large as an average gymnasium. This can accommodate many citizens that would need evacuation. I can't say anything other than the place is wide. There is no treasure box where treasure can be hidden, and there are no storage spaces. I thought, is there nothing here? I sighed disappointed because of the empty basement. Unlike the room above, the shelter is not as dusty. Instead, moss was growing all over, probably because of the high humidity. In this case, I wonder if it is okay to use a cutter. I cast some more lighting and removed the moss and dirt on the ceiling and walls by using a high-pressure water supply. However, a new problem appeared. Our feet are flooded. Since there is no place for the water to flow out, water has accumulated up to our ankles. There is no place for water to flow because there is no drainage or ditch. This place is vulnerable to water-related disasters. If the church is blown away, the rainwater flowing down may become life-threatening. The shelter is not fully thought through. However, if a disaster like a flood really happens, the people under the shelters will be doomed. It is useless to think about how they would survive at that moment. Aside from that, I still have to be cleaning right now. I was pondering for a while with my arms crossed, so I decided to try something. I placed my hand in the water. Get in. Then, oh! The dirty water was flowing towards my hand. The water was getting stored in my inventory. After being warned by Marie, I try to not use inventory as much as possible. But I am impressed by how useful it is. All the water collected in the shelter was getting stored in my inventory. Even as I store the water, I still don't feel that I'm close to its limit. How large is inventory LV4? I make plans if I knew exactly how much space Inventory has. Well, I have to find a way to check the size then. After storing all the water, I immediately begin cleaning the floor. I remove the moss on the floor and store the remaining water simultaneously. After that, drying was used for the entire basement. It was at that time. Grumble. What there? Chapter 38. I want to go to the armor shop. It couldn't withstand the rapid drying. A part of the wall of the basement fell off with a loud noise. I nearly jumped at the loud noise. No, what should I do? I broke the church. But I'm still grateful. Only a part of the wall has crumbled. The other parts are not even cracked, let alone damaged. I slowly approached the crumbled area. The pieces crumbling off is a part of the wall about 50 centimeters square. The wall is as thin as about 5 centimeters. On the other side of the wall, wooden boards were stretched in a grid pattern. There is something in the back. Carefully, I looked into the other side of the wooden board. Beyond the wall was a pitch-black space. The sound of flowing water reached my ears. I turned the lighting lit in the palm of mine head to the back of the wall. Sewer? Beyond the wall, there was a path for water to flow. It is hard to say that the flowing water is clean. Besides the water, there was a road that each person could pass through. Slowly, a smoky smell is wafting into the basement. If nothing is done, the basement that has just been clean will become smelly. I returned the stones that had fallen off, before hurriedly outing it back to its original position, and then I filled the gap with earth magic. It's very good repair work, but is it strong enough? I knocked on it using my fist as a test. There are no longer signs of the wall crumbling. Toru. I'm finished. What about you? Esther. I'm done here too. Then, it's about to pack up. The day is almost done. Esther. I understand. I hurriedly went up, because of Esther's words. I pray that the wall will not crumble again. As I leave the basement, I noticed that the chaise lounge and a reading table had returned to the empty church. They were carefully dusted and cleaned and polished cleanly. How about it, Toru? Isn't my work pretty good? Esther. Yeah. It's really beautiful. I think Nezu-sama will like it too. Oh, that's right. By the way, Esther looked embarrassed and couldn't finish her statement. She then took out a piece of paper from her breastplate. The request is cleared. But who should I ask to get the signature? Esther. I also noticed the problem. If the request is fulfilled, the client must sign it. But there is no one in the Nezus church. Even though we've worked hard, we wouldn't be able to clear the request. We were in trouble, but suddenly I noticed something wrong with Esther's paper. Hey, Esther. Did you put that mark? Mark? This is a sacred seal. Esther, space where the client writes the signature should be blank. But now, the holy seal, which is the mark of the Nezus religion, has emerged. Mysterious. This is amazing, Toru. After all, this request was made by God. Esther jumped. She was buzzing with joy and her ponytail sways happily. Then, this means the request is clear? That's right. Esther. I and Esther nodded to each other and gave a high five. 1 gold coin in 1 day. There was various trouble along the road, but with this, the request has been successfully cleared. I prayed to Nezus with Esther. Excuse me. Nice to see you again. I prayed again to that God, hoping that I'm doing it right. Please, may we live in peace and safety. Whether the wish was answered, I don't know if that God will hear or answer my prayer, but I felt that making that prayer brought a little peace to my heart. On the way back to the guild, I suddenly remembered something about this morning and asked, by the way, Esther, You were talking about something you want to do this morning. What was it? Ah, that's right. Esther said bashfully, scratching her cheeks with her fingertips. Actually, I want to go to an armor's shop. Esther, oh, then I want to go see one too. I've put it off for a long time, but I was thinking about getting armor for some time now. I already have a sharp weapon, magic sword. However, I have no armor. As a result, I was sometimes questioned by Esther and the guards. If I want to live as an adventurer, I need to dress like an adventurer. Like a salaryman wearing a suit and tie. It's a good time. Let's go to the armory shop right now. No, but what about reporting the request? Esther, isn't it okay to do it tomorrow? If we don't report it right away, we won't fail. That's right, Esther. So both of us agreed to change our destination from the guild to the armory store. Esther led me to a small shop. A signboard was displayed at the top of the store entrance. Only the symbol for an armory and Simon is written. When I opened the door, armors were lined up in the shop. Oh, I've always wanted to see something like this. This is it. Seeing the many armors lined up, my blood was boiling in excitement. Boys like armor. Even when people go on school trips, some people will buy wooden swords that are not related to the destination and accessories that look like legendary weapons. Even in Japan, me 32 years old fine adult, cannot resist the charm of the store, which is lined with armor. I walked into the store quickly and take a closer look at the armors lining up the store. The weapon corner was on the right side of the entrance. Large swords, small swords, axes, and bows are displayed neatly. On the other side is the armor corner. A variety of armor is lined up, from full plates and half plates to leather to iron. While looking at the armors, I picked up what I think was interesting, but looking at the price tag, I immediately put it back on the shelf with a bitter smile. It's quite expensive. I am doing the same thing I do at the department store, but the items are completely different. Suddenly, a low voice reached my ears, looking at the armor as if to bite into it. Who is this time? Voice, oh Simon-san. I'm sorry I entered the store without permission. Today I came to look for an armor. Esther, a short man named Simon, snorted and sat down in a chair next to the counter. The man was more than 30 centimeters shorter than Toru. Note, 30 centimeters is about 12'1". However, despite his short stature, the muscles on his arms are likely to be more than 3 times larger than mine. A bushy beard covers his face, marked by many wrinkles. Is this person a dwarf? While I was staring at Simon, is something on my face? Simon, no, I'm sorry. Simon glared at me, and I shrank in shame. His voice is low and heavy, like the rumble of faraway thunder. Also, the deep wrinkles between his eyebrows look like I might have offended him. I feel quite uneasy. Little did I know what Simon is thinking. Tilda Simon's perspective, what is this guy? Such a ridiculous presence. Simon, he's terribly frightening. I have been devoted to crafting armor for about 100 years as a blacksmith. Since we're the second longest lived dwarves, and first the elves, there was a lot of time for me to master crafting armors. My shop was famously dubbed Finlay's highest quality armory. However, I am not interested in being compared to other stores. I have no intention of competing with other stores for sales, and I have never thought of selling a lot of my own armor. Because of that, I often suffered from lack of funds in the past. All I'm interested in is making the best armor I can think of. As a result of my pursuit for the best, the fame of Finlay's highest quality armor came on its own. Still, for the past few years, the feeling that I had when I was young, make the best armor, began to cool down. My fiery passion has gradually died. I began to think, Okay, just mail armors as a blacksmith, get enough money to live, and have my bones buried in Finlis. Is it because of my age? Maybe it's because I've been stagnating in Finlis for a long time. The young Simon would never have seen me as his future. Though, various customers come to my armory in search of good quality armor. If one looks closely at the customers, they will be able to understand their general ability, just as I can analyze armor. For example, this girl with a swishing ponytail. Observing her, she is now better than average adventurers. And she has something that makes the craftsman and me squirm in excitement. She's like a famous sword that gets sharper when polished with a whetstone. She has the talent to become a first-class product if polished. So what about the boy in front of me? I don't know what he is, but anyway, damn. I want to ask the boy implicitly, but I can't even ask him about the reach of his ability. I can only surmise he is someone horribly strong. His body is so thin that he looks like a breeze can lift him, but his center of gravity is stable like a stake stuck in the ground. And the more I look at him, the more I am dragged in as if I am leaning into a deep valley. I am sick with vertigo just looking at the boy. Or maybe the boy is a dragon masquerading as a human. The blood on my veins was completely cold. I couldn't even fully see the boy's depth. Chapter 39, Looking for a weapon for Esther. I was looking over 3-piece armor and a weapon for myself just in case. I was looking for a breastplate, plated gloves, and shin guards, and an iron dagger for a weapon. I chose the lightest dagger. It's just a show weapon, so I don't need a high-performance weapon. The price is also reasonable. I thought iron would be a good choice for the breastplate, but when I tried it on, I found that the iron breastplate hindered my movements. Every time I move, a part of it presses hard on my body. When I jump lightly, the breastplate moves up and down rubbing against the skin, and the rubbed part hurts. Esther, why do you often wear an iron breastplate? I'm used to it. I became used to it. After that, I adjusted myself so that it fits my body. I'm used to putting it on. Esther. So that's it. In that way, do people personalize mass-produced products? I was impressed with Esther's efforts. Still, I didn't want an iron breastplate that much. I'm an inferior, and as long as the armor fits my height is the best choice. I'm not being self-degrading. If the older adventurers see me wearing inexpensive armor while I'm just a newbie and lost, I would just be made fun of. If someone has expensive armor, they are probably adventurers with great material collecting skills. Aside from that, even after I bought the armor, Esther was still focused while looking at the sword. Are you done, Esther? Toru, so you've already decided. Esther. Yeah. I've been looking at the sword all the time, but is there anything I'm looking for? Yeah, that's right. Esther is being evasive in answering my question. So Esther drew out his sword and I looked at it closely. Actually, my sword is broken. Esther. The blade of the sword has become quite disfigured. I have the blacksmith skill and it helps me understand how severe the damage was. It's not enough damage to shatter the sword, but it's impossible to sharpen it. Even if it is sharpened again, the blade becomes so much thinner and it becomes quite fragile. It is safer to buy a new one than to subject it to sharpening and reforming where it's just gonna be less durable. But Esther has a difficult expression on her face. It's just a matter of buying a new sword, but why is Esther having a hard time deciding? Esther. Maybe you don't have money for buying a new one. No, I have the funds. Esther. Then why are you looking quite sad? Breaking a sword is shameful for any swordsman. Simon. My question was answered by Simon, who was sitting silently at the counter. Swords usually break due to lack of ability. So you broke my sword before you become a well-known swordsman. Well, you should feel ashamed of showing your face. Sorry, I'm sorry. Simon's veins on his head were bulging in anger. Esther, who was glared at by Simon, dropped her shoulders in shame. The sword is damaged because of Esther's lack of ability. I have an inkling of the idea of such a theory. Japanese swords only show their true value when used by expert swordsmen. However, if an immature swordsman is wielded it, the sharpness will be dulled and the sharpness of the sword won't fully shine through. The same is probably true for Esther's sword. TSK. So what kind of monster did you hit? Simon, I used it to fight rockworms. Esther, rockworms. Simon's reaction to Esther's words was a bit too much. He immediately rose from his chairs and his eyes were about to pop out. So, were you able to cut the rockworm? Simon, no, I couldn't cut it at all. Esther, I see. Simon lost his steam and collapsed on the chair. Even if you try your best to slash a rockworm with that sword, you can't cut it. Well, even if it doesn't break, it's going to get ruined. Look at what happened to your favorite sword. Simon, you're not mad. Esther, but there better not be a second time. Simon, thank you. Esther, Simon's words filled Esther with relief. With that cleared, we searched for a good sword from the shelves. Even if we find a product that seems to say this is it. But after we look at the price tag we silently return it to the shelf. After doing this repeatedly, we could not find any long swords. As expected, a budget of 1 gold coin is too restricting. Toru, I wish I had a little more money. Esther, there were many good products. However, all of them are very expensive, all of them starting at 5 gold coins. It's not very expensive, but it can't be purchased with our lack of financial leeway. However, a long sword that can be purchased with a single gold coin had the same quality as Esther's previous sword. But it'll be useless when fighting the same opponent. Esther couldn't beat rockworms because she couldn't penetrate its hard exoskeleton. Since her loss is due to her weapon's performance and not her ability, it is meaningless unless the weapon we purchase is at Esther's level. Why don't you buy something else in the meantime? Then we buy a good weapon again after you have accumulated money. No, I don't want to change weapons if possible. Esther shook her head at my suggestion. If you change weapons often, you have to adjust your senses when using one. It's good when you're a newcomer, but when you're a skilled adventurer, a slight error can be fatal. So, when you've become a skilled adventurer, you'll have a weapon you prefer. If you have a weapon you fight well with, you'll want to keep using it forever. I'm not saying I'm skilled, but I want to choose something that can be used for a long time. Esther, so that's it. Weapons are like allies to who you entrust your lives. If it is too weak, it will break easily, and if it is too strong, you will be swayed instead. So I'm pretty much swayed. Finding the right partner is similar to choosing the right weapon. Then I saw a barrel. It was just a barrel placed near the entrance. Weapons were randomly placed inside it. It was like an umbrella stand filled with umbrellas and other things. This is? Those defective products. 10 silver coins each, Simon, so cheap. Are these outlet products? Note, outlet goods are cheap goods that are usually slightly damaged goods or defective products. I immediately checked the contents of the barrel, completely hooked by the cheap price. But all of them are inferior quality goods. There is only one weapon with a passable and can be used as a weapon. There is a reason why cheap things are cheap. This is. Still, I focused on searching for a bargain product, and a dagger caught my eye. It was a half-finished dull dagger. the grip that is just trapped with leather and it's quite deformed. There is also no guard. It was a dagger that was barely finished just to be considered a bad product, but my eyes were totally glued to it. Somewhere, I felt that it was different from ordinary iron. Simon, what is the material used for this dagger? Mithril, Simon, mithril. My heart soared after hearing it. In my mind, fantasy metal. Mithril is a classic Japanese fantasy material and is a high-grade material that is said to have the property of conducting magic. Is this the same with mithril in this world? Let's try putting magic in the dagger. Then, the dagger accepted my magic without any resistance. Oh, this is amazing. I know it's amazing, but that's no good. I can't process the metal properly. Simon, you can't process it? Oh. The temperature of the furnace is too low for mithril to melt properly. Simon, when I heard Simon's words, I can't help but believe him. The blade is dull and deformed because he couldn't form it properly. While I was staring at the ugly dagger, somewhere in my heart, I thought, I think I can do this. I don't know if it's a conviction due to the blacksmith skill or my faulty assessment as a greenhorn. I'm sorry, I want to check their blacksmith skill. Is it possible to use blacksmith while it has not been tested yet? I was thinking hand and I immediately negotiated with Simon. Simon. What? Simon, Simon's perspective, the boy, named Toru, suddenly turned to me with a serious look. He is quite the presence, and he's a swordsman. What are you going to do to me? Like a goblin gladed by a dragon, I can't help but quiver on my knees. Do you want to take my life? If he rampages here, it will instantly turn to a bloodbath. Does a person with such power care about such small matters? If so, is it because the prices are too expensive? Yeah, but it's cheaper than my own life. I'll let you get as much as you want. No matter what he demands, at least my life and this shop must be protected at all costs. Yes, I am already determined even if my knees are shaking uncontrollably. Can you lend me your furnace? Huh? Oh, okay. Simon, oh just that. It's cheaper than the future when my life and store are both lost. I was a little relieved, so I allowed Toru to borrow the furnace. Toru's perspective, I was quite surprised. Oh, I was able to borrow something easily. I was imagining that Simon would shake his head. A furnace is an important tool for blacksmiths. It won't be something easy to borrow. However, for some reason, I got an okay. Even though I think about it, I can't answer why it was borrowed easily. I headed to the workshop with Simon. Simon was quite a generous person. Chapter 40, Making a Weapon from Mithril. Well, Toru, what on earth are you planning on doing? Esther. Maybe I can make a sword with this. Toru, were you a craftsman in your original world? Esther. Well, somehow. I answered Esther's question as vaguely as I can. I was just a salaryman from Japan, but Esther will only be confused when she hears the truth. Also, I cannot tell her that I have the blacksmith skill. Why does someone who just came to Eargarden have the blacksmith skill? This will force me to explain the skill board. That's right. It's for Esther's new weapon, but why not try slashing with it and why not use it if it works? Oh, will Toru make me one? That's good. Esther. Esther smiled at my offer. She doesn't seem to think that I would be one to produce bad quality goods. I am thrilled to be a swordsman and have a custom-made sword while it's still just my second sword. Esther. You're overestimating me. I'm sure it's not that great. There is almost no leeway for Esther whether it's the materials or weapon. I have to put a damper on her enthusiasm just in case. She would be quite disappointed when she expects too much. Oh. As we entered the smithy, I can't help but sigh in admiration for the likeness of the room to my imagination. The first thing that caught my eyes when he entered the stone smithy was a small furnace by the wall. It's small for a furnace, but it's probably not an issue for blacksmithing weapons and armor. The sacred seal of the god of technology Alphas is engraved on the furnace. In front of the furnace is a bellow, and an anvil. And a hammer is neatly hung on the wall near the furnace. Note, bellows are instruments to blow air into a furnace, in addition to tongs and levers. Tools whose names are completely out of my knowledge were organized and lined neatly. So what are you doing? Simon. Oh, yes, asked by Simon. I go near the furnace. There was still fire in the furnace. The heat quickly warms my body. The heat from the fire is enough to make my forehead sweat. Simon-san. I will buy this dagger, so can I put it in the furnace? Do what you want. Simon. Thank you. Using the tongs holding the deformed dagger, I thrust it into the furnace. I began raising the temperature of the furnace by pumping air using the bellows. However, the dagger did not turn red at all. Simon's perspective, as expected. Simon, I thought as I watched Toru. This mithril dagger is my many attempts at forging and failing at it. This dagger did not melt no matter how much the temperature of the furnace was raised. Even at temperatures that would melt mithril normally. I've never heard or seen this kind of mithril. I tried to shape this mithril with various methods, but at most, I could only make it into the shape of a distorted dagger. I think the blacksmithing he can do at most is so-so, but it's probably impossible. Simon, I knew from Toru's hand motion as he works with the dagger in the furnace that he was quite good. Still, as I expected, he wouldn't be able to melt this special mithril. But, oh, I see. What should I do? That was when Toru slightly moved his hand. The mithril, which shouldn't turn red, turned red. How? Simon, I didn't take my eyes off, but what's with the sudden change? It's been over 100 years since I became a blacksmith. And I have made several weapons. I believe I've done every job perfectly. The special mithril processing that I gave up on is now being processed by the hands of some unknown boy. When mithril turned bright red, Toru took out mithril and started hitting it with the hammer. Khan. The rhythmic sound is proof that here is the arm for blacksmithing. Khan. The boy's hand transforms the dagger. The sight has awoken a passion I've thought I've lost. Sunny, how on earth are you processing it? Simon, how? Toru's perspective. When I put the dagger back in the furnace, Simon ran up to me like he was about to attack me, but just stared at my hands before answering him. Mithril conducts magic easily, so I wonder if I can do something by using magic. I heated the dagger with ignition, while it is maintained by the heat from the flame of the furnace. If the transmission of magical power is good, the heat of ignition may also be easily transmitted. And as I thought, the idea was correct. As soon as I used ignition, the mithril dagger was dyed red. Of course, it's not just because of ignition. While I used ignition, I was manipulating a weak air cutter, and I keep on rotating the air in the furnace to keep the heat from trying to escape. Where did you hear that mithril is good at conducting magic? Simon, well, where? Mithril is a versatile material that is good at blocking magic. If it is good at conducting magic, elemental monsters will not be cut by a mithril weapon, and when it's armor, the person who wears when hit by a fireball will be chuckled. Simon, I glanced at Esther hoping for some help. Esther nods deeply in response to my gaze. Apparently, the classic description that mithril conducts magical power easily was different from the common knowledge of Eagard. It was exactly what Simon says. If mithril is easy to conduct magical power, people wearing armor that is vulnerable to magical attacks will be killed instantly. No one will want to wear such dangerous armor. Then, why is this mithril good at conducting magic? This mithril conducts magic easily. Simon: well, yes. The magical power flowed fairly smoothly. Does that mean that this mithril has spirit crystal? Simon: this is a spirit crystal. Oh. Hey, Sunny, your hands are stopped moving. Simon: oh, yes. I was reminded by Simon, so I hurriedly took out the dagger from the furnace and formed it on the anvil. Mithril is a rare material, but over the years, the power of the spirits can be absorbed by the ore, making it more conductive to magic. Simon: as Simon continued to talk, I focused on finishing the dagger. The dagger was very thick. Slowly I bent and stretched the blade. How thin can I make it? The feeling while hitting it with a hammer tells me how much. I listened to the sound of the mallet and believed in my aesthetic sense and blacksmith skill. I start folding the mithril 10 times. The 1024-layered mithril blade was stretched to the thinnest it can be while still being at its hardest. I imagined making the legendary Excalibur sword as I made this. The cross-section was shaped to be a hexagon instead of the rhombus, which is similar to a Western sword. I was finished after adding a groove for the guard and a hole for attaching a handle. Done. I finished working on the sword. Fu. I stared at the long sword I had formed and stretched to its maximum. The long sword would receive a 100-point mark. Considering that I made this for the first time and I made it as I imagined, I think that 200 points would be better. The rest is sharpening, attaching a guard and handle. If I get used to it, I can make several blades a day, but this was my limit for now. That should be it. I have been walking around Finlis since the morning, cleaning the Nesis church. Time to stop overworking. Toru is amazing. To make that dagger into a long sword in no time. Esther: no, isn't this normal? 3rd person perspective. This is the job of an inferior who has just acquired the blacksmith skill. Toru thinks that an ordinary good local with blacksmithing skill could do it better. Simon, on the other hand, heard Toru's remark, and the sound of something breaking reverberated inside of him. Toru's work was someone who is an expert in Simon's eyes. His hammer skills seem to be the same or better than Simon's, who has a high-level skill called Blacksmith LV5, which he has reached after 100 years of blacksmithing. This is normal. If other craftsmen hear those words, their mouths will foam and get mad, or quit being a craftsman. From a boy who hasn't lived half of my life, I'm pissed. Simon bit those words hard. He is grinding his molars. Simon couldn't keep his silence after hearing those words. Oh, Sonny. Leave that sword to me. Simon: eh? I'm going to take on the rest of the work. Make a brim, a grip, and a scabbard. Also, let me sharpen it. Simon: I understand. Toru's perspective, pressed by a strong fighting spirit, I nodded without thinking about it. Besides, the other party is a professional craftsman. I'm worried that if the rest of the work is left to him, there will be some additional charges. How much will it cost? It's okay, I'll do it for free. Simon: no, but I'll do it for free. Simon: does Sonny want money? If so, I'll give you 1 or 2 gold coins. Simon: no, it's fine. Excuse me. Please do the rest of the work. Instead of paying for the rest of the work, I was the one about to be paid. I hurriedly declined the offer. What happened? I felt a little uneasy while Simon was staring at the former dagger, which had become a long sword. However, Esther says Simon is a top-notch blacksmith. It must be better to leave the rest to him than to finish the work. Then, I leave the rest to Simon-san. When will it be finished? Tomorrow, Simon. Wow, so fast? Oh, rest assured. I'll do my best to finish this. My craftsman's soul is fired up thanks to you, Sonny. Simon. Yes. Thank you. I was touched by Simon's passionate words. I bowed deeply, and we left Simon's shop. How will it be once it's finished? I can't help but be excited. Chapter 41, Setting a Title. I was worried that it took a long time. It has become quite late. After returning to my room at the inn, I summoned a skill board. The self-proclaimed god Nezus told me to check the title option on my skill board. I wanted to confirm it immediately after being told by Nezus, but I had to delay exploring the titles because Esther was with me the whole time. I opened the skill board. However, the end of the available skill selection cannot be seen. I'm getting tired of swiping. Then I remembered that trees could be collapsed, and so I went to the top and collapsed the tree. Why didn't I realize that the tree is collapsible? I wasted a lot of time because of my stupidity. Status, Toru Minasuki, level, 21, race, human, primary job, swordsman, secondary job, mage, rank, 2 skill points, 12, passives, techniques, title, I tapped the blank field on the title option that I found. Then, the selection of titles that can be equipped emerged in a separate window. There are quite a lot. What the hell are these? Soul Reaper Lost Inferior, Tomato Bastard Dog Guardian Giant Killer, Master Herb Collector Rockworm Killer, Blessed by Fossils, Blessed by Alphas, Blessed by Agni, Blessed by Hermetia, Blessed by Amanomito, Nezus Servant, I looked at the list of titles that emerged and pondered for a while. I pour water into the wooden cup provided in the room using water supply, and drank it all at once. After drinking water and calming myself, I looked at the skill board again. First, the Soul Reaper. It's a title I don't remember getting at all. However, in a conversation with Nezus, it became clear that my magic sword had a special effect on humans. Perhaps it's the title obtained from that connection? I can guess, but I don't have a lot of information. Next are Lost and Inferior. These ones are obvious. I have been called by these names many times since I came to Finlis, and that's why those are on the title list. Tomato Bastard. Well, have I been called but many? To be included in the title list after being called only a few instances. The conditions for obtaining the title are quite loose. Dog Guardian. This is also a mystery, but Dora has a section that comes to mind. After entering the Finlis forest, I encountered silver wolves many times. However, I have never killed one and just drove them away. Perhaps that is the condition for getting this title. The Master Herb Collector is as the name suggests. There is no doubt that it was obtained by collecting a lot of medicinal herbs. Is Giant Killer defeating opponents with a level difference of 10 or more? Rockworm Killer is acquired after killing a lot of rockworms. I defeated a considerable number of rockworms, including the ones in the limestone cave. There is no doubt that this led to the acquisition of the title. However, I have also defeated a large number of goblins. However, the title of Goblin Killer has not yet been unlocked. The difference is not just the number. In the future, I decided to check if the title will appear while defeating goblins. So far good. Some of them were not convincing, but they're not beyond my scope of understanding. However, the problem is these titles. Why have I been blessed by so many gods? Fossils, Alphas, Agni, Hermetia, Amanomito, and Nezus. I was blessed by all 6 pillars involved in the creation of Iagad. Blessings. Me going to church, probably. A Manomito didn't have a church though. If so, maybe it was because I moved to Iagad. In any case, what I got from all the gods is a great haul of blessings. Maybe these are just minor blessings, not enough to be considered as empowering. Is the blessing of the gods in this world about the red stamp that I can get if one goes to a shrine or temple? I am not a local Iagad person, could not judge the value of the blessing. Aside from that, there is only one strange title from the gods. Only Nesis gave me the title of a servant. Does she treat me differently than the other gods? A servant, can mean a menial servant, or a manservant. Note, the difference between the 2 servants. A menial servant is the lowest of the low. Servant can be a serf or peasant. A manservant, retainer, has a salary and often comes from a branch family or a lower-ranked family. Ask Google Sensei for more info. I'm about to cry with the difference in the treatment of the god who normally should give me a blessing. After I've cleaned the church so well. How terrible. In the first place, I have no intention of becoming a servant of Nesis. As if it was said that cleaning the church was a servant's job? Is this the first login bonus? If so, it's a nuisance and not a bonus. Is there a way to remove this title? I can't help but want to grind my teeth. However, I'm not a god, so I could not think of a way to return the title given by God. After looking at the titles for a while, I wonder which of the titles to set. Lost, Inferior, and Tomato Bastard are out of the question. Needless to say, I am excluding those from the options. Next is Dog Guardian and a Master Herb Collector. Those sound good, but it seems that the benefits when setting either title are small, so I will exclude those 2. Is there really a status up if I set a title in the first place? I regretted not asking Nesis about it. No answer will come out even if I worry about such things. Titles in games that I have played usually have additional effects. Also, Nesis told me to set it up. Since she took the trouble to tell me, I think that it has some effect. The Soul Reaper is. Well, there seems to be a special effect, but it seems that the effect is something special. From a middle schooler standpoint, it feels like a strong title. However, I feel that some special effect might be added instead of improving my status. The effect of the title cannot be confirmed using the skill board though. It would be scary if the Soul Reaper had a fatal effect on human beings. It is dangerous to just set it without thinking. Giant Killer probably improves status when facing against a stronger enemy. Is Rockworm Killer going to improve my status against rockworms? I wonder. Rockworm Killer is already good, but Giant Killer is a little bit more attractive. I will include Giant Killer as an option. All that remains are the Blessed by the Gods series and Nesis Servant. The Retainer of God. I drink the water and used water supply on the empty cup. First, servant is out of the question. When I try to remove it from my options, the glass of water on the table spilled on its own. Oh my god. I wonder if I snagged it or something. It soaked the table from top to bottom. I dried wet table and floors with drying. I picked up the cup and filled it with water again. Well, servant should be excluded. The cup fell down again. I stared at the cup. Because it's out of the question to be a servant. The cup fell off the table and made a clattering noise. Are you watching? I shouted while staring at the ceiling. However, there is no reaction. I looked up at the ceiling for a while before fixing my composure. If anyone else sees this scene, they'll think I'm some crazy person. I blushed at my weird behavior, quickly used drying on the wet table and floor again. Then I held the cup in my hand and squeezed it firmly. Nesis Servant is out of the question. There is no room for that. It's a blessing title that will be put aside. Fossils is justice. Alphas is technology. Agni fighting. Hermetia is magic. A manometer controls nature. The best thing is, after all, I am an adventurer. So probably Agni. As I muttered, the cup began to rattle and roll. I can hear Nesis screaming why. The servant of Nesis receives an image closer to a god rather than a simple blessing. As it is closer to God, it will also have the effect of increasing stats. However, I feel that I will likely be forced into difficult tasks from Nesis. A manservant is just. I wish it had some effect just by unlocking it, even if I don't set it. But there are no such gifts in the world. I gave up and decided to set, blessed by Agni, since it seems to be the most beneficial to adventurers. Will my bad luck end? When I tapped the title with my finger, the cup shook extremely violently. The shaking caused my aim to go awry. Title, Nesis servant, dot. I have this extreme urge to throw the cup in my hand with all my might. I repeatedly breathed many times, suppressing the urge to go ballistic. It's okay. The title can be changed anyway. The title, Nesis servant, cannot be changed. No matter how many times I tap, the title selection screen does not appear. Gugigi. I barely bite the curses behind my teeth. And the cup shook as if to ridicule me. Pan. The cup burst into pieces while in the palm of my hand. The next time we meet, I will remember. Tears of blood-filled heart, and I will make Nesis feel the full extent of my grudge with all my might. With my failure to set my title, I try to sleep. However, I suddenly think again and sit down on my bed. Even if I'm angry, sleeping like this is unproductive. So I decided to turn my unfocused anger into pre-sleep magic training. Lighting. Coup, my eyes. I cast the spell on the futon more than usual, and I had to close my eyes. I erased the excessive lighting that was cast hastily. If there is any good way. That's right. There's blind. Blind is a dark magic that has the effect of blinding the opponent's eyes. As a test, I used blind on myself. It's dark. Or am I just blinded? I don't know if my optic nerve is blocked and I can't see it, or if my eyes are covered with black mist and I can't see through it. I cast lighting in front of me. Does it look like there's a little light shining through? Okay, this is. I put lighting in the futon one after another on the other side where no one might notice. Chapter 42, Lighting Trap. Support the translator on lazy translation. Tilde 3rd person perspective. Toru, are you still awake? Esther. She knocked twice, but Toru was still absorbed in lighting. However, Toru is absorbed in the sight in front of him and does not notice anything. Toru? Somehow your window was shining ridiculously, the landlady told me. Esther. Toru didn't even notice the repeated calls to him. Jaya. Esther. Tilde Toru's perspective. Hearing Esther's scream, I became aware of my surroundings. What, Esther? My eyes. Esther. I hurriedly erased their lighting. Looking back, Esther was rolling around on the floor, hiding her eyes behind her hands. It took a while for Esther to settle down. She was able to see, but she was tearing up, perhaps because of the impact of the strong light. Toru. My eyes are tearing up. Esther. I'm sorry. I never thought that people would come into the room. I know it's just a flash of light, and Esther is the one troubled. She's tearing up continuously. Why are you using a blinding flash? in the room. Esther. Me. I'm not using a blinding flash. I used lighting. Your joke is too much, Toru. You can't blind people's eyes with lighting. Esther. Ah. Yeah. No, it's really not blinding flash. With that said, I pointed to the futon. I always put lighting on the back of the futon before going to sleep. Why are you doing such a pointless thing? Don't you know, lighting is used to illuminate dark places, not to apply it on a futon. Esther. I was forced to swallow my words after being cut by Esther. I can't even feel the urge to object. I see. In Toru's old world, do you all sleep with lights on your futon? Esther. No, we don't. People of Earth don't sleep on shining futons. I immediately corrected Esther's misunderstanding. I used lighting to train my magic indoors. And one more thing. Esther, look at this. Esther. With that said, I used blind on me and Esther. Esther raised her voice slightly in response to the blind, but soon regained her composure, probably because the caster was me. I'm going to start. I'm going to cast lighting on the futon. I cast lighting on the futon one after another. Then, when their lighting exceeded 100 simultaneous casts, the futon gently lifted into the air. Esther, I don't know what the reason is, but when I put lighting on top of each other multiple times, the futon floats. Through the blind, the futon can be seen floating in the air with the bottom side as shining. When I discovered this phenomenon, I began wondering how far I could make it fly, and I became quite absorbed in it. Thanks to that, Esther's eyes were almost blinded. If you make a slight change in the placing of lighting, when I put some lighting on the side of the futon floating in the air began to rotate sideways. A shining futon that floats in the air and spins around. Esther watched the scene unfold. What's going on here? Esther. I don't really understand. Light has no mass. No matter how strong the light is, there should be no force to make it move anything. However, the floating spinning futon moved only using lighting. In other words, unlike natural light, some kind of force on the light is created by magic. However, I am not a magician and I could not understand what the force was. When she saw the futon floating in the air, Esther was initially disappointed, but after that, she cleared her throat and opened her mouth and my tension cooled. Well, that's amazing, Toru. But, well, if you just want to make the futon float, wouldn't it be easier using wind magic? Esther. Esther's theory pierces my chest. Certainly, what she said is correct. The futon can be easily lifted using wind magic. Furthermore, wind magic is overwhelmingly more efficient than using hundreds of lighting, but I didn't just want to make the futon float. I wanted to float the futon using the power of light. It is a man's romance that brings together things that seem impossible and makes the impossible possible. Well, I understand the passion, and I know it's amazing that the futon floated using lighting. But it's midnight now, and it seems that other guests are complaining about the light leaking out, so it's a little too much. Please do it in the morning. Even if I waved his fist and emphasized the romance to Esther, my passion was not transmitted to Esther. The next day, I was told off by the landlady about their lighting party at midnight. I was about to head towards the guild with Esther. Can't you do things like a normal person? The proprietress was annoyed because other guests complained about lighting. However, I intend to stay and act normal. Lighting is not prohibited by the inn's regulations, and it does not make any noise. The only thing I shouldn't do is that my room is too dazzling, Let's practice after blocking the windows properly so that no complaints will come out this time. 3rd person perspective. Toru is someone who wouldn't just notice common sense once he's set his mind to it though. Toru and Esther went to the guild and immediately heads towards the counter. Toru's perspective. Good morning, Toru-san. And Esther-san. What kind of business do you have today? Marie. Toru-san? Esther. I don't know. Don't look at me. Esther's eyes looked a bit gloomy because of the different ranks of Marie's response. I can't help but shake my head as she looks at me with grudge-filled eyes. I have no idea about the difference in Marie's response. I received the request yesterday, but I came to report it because it was completed. I handed Marie a piece of paper with the holy seal stamped on it. Staring at the stamped seal seriously, Marie said, No doubt. This is the holy mark of Nesis. I didn't think it would be cleared in just a day. How did you find the Nesis church? Marie. We don't even know how we did it. Toru. All I know is we just walked hoping to reach Nesis church. However, Toru must be wondering if he could not reach the church even if he used the road again. After all, it's just a god of fate, so I guess I can't reach it unless the ties are connected. I've confirmed the sacred seal, so I'll complete the request. Mr. Thor, Mr. Esther, and the guild card. I will keep it. After Marie computed the points for completing the request to the guild card, she handed a hemp bag about the size of a purse to me. When I looked inside, there was definitely a gold coin in it. It's a lot of money that doesn't match the size of the bag. Esther. I'll give you your half later. Okay, Esther. I put it in their inventory pretending to just pocket the money. This completes the request. Is there anything else? Marie. No. Thank you. Leaving Marie's table, this time we're heading to the request bulletin board. What's wrong with Toru? Why don't we go to Simon's shop? Esther. I'm going to the store, but I'm thinking of accepting a request first. I continued browsing the E-rank bulletin board. Look, when you get a new weapon, you need to give it an actual check, right? I see. That's why we should get a good request to test the weapon. Esther. Exactly. The good and bad characteristics of a weapon can be fully known after using it. So it was just the right step. I am not saying it's life-threatening if we don't though, so we scan the requests. Toru. Isn't this request just right? Esther. I see. That's quite right. I looking for a request and then Esther pointed to one request. Seeing the request, she pointed at, I was satisfied with her choice and nodded to her. Chapter 43, aiming to clear the permanent request. There is no need to accept permanent requests. So Esther and I went straight to Simon's shop. Excuse me. Is it done? When I entered the store, Simon, who was sitting in a chair next to the counter with arms crossed, opened only one eye and stared at me. Oi. His gaze was like a ghost's. His eyes are bloodshot, probably because he hasn't slept. Ah, about the sword I left yesterday. Oh, I finished it. Check it out. Simon put the sword on the counter silently. His attitude was like being with a caged tiger. He was cautious and silent as he placed the weapon on the counter. I can understand how much he values his weapons. I immediately observe and analyze the sword on the counter. The brim is the same as that of a general long sword, which is straight and long. Plain and simple but sturdy. It is more reliable than the other elaborately decorated swords. The grip is carefully wrapped with rough leather. With this, even if the sword is wet, the sword will not slip off your hand. Esther, try using it. Oh, me? Esther, it's sister's weapon, right? That's right. Esther's cheeks are slightly flushed as she slowly pulled out the long sword that I made for her. Oh. Esther, this is amazing. Esther, the blade shined like silver or freshly fallen snow. Though most of the sword is a matte silver-white color, and only the cutting part of the blade reflects the light like a mirror. It's much lighter than I imagined. Esther, how about the center of gravity? I think it is okay, but I can't tell until I use it. Esther looks at the long sword with a stern look. I hurriedly poked Esther's shoulder. She looks way too as fascinated by the sword. Esther. What's wrong with Toru? Esther, let's go to the request and give the sword a test run. Oh, that's right. Esther reluctantly put the sword back in its scabbard and put it on her belt. About the sword fee, how much is it? 10 silver coins are fine. Simon, well, but Sonny bought a dagger of 10 silver coins. You remade it in my furnace. That's it, right? Simon, that's right, but please let me pay for the guard, the grip, and the scabbard. That's something I made for practice. Sonny, I can't give a sword without those. Simon, well then, at least the usage fee for the furnace, you're saying I don't need it. Just put 10 silver coins out. Simon, thank you. Simon's words are very rude, but he's pretty much a good guy. I bent to his wishes. We went outside Finlis and arrived at the forest and immediately started searching for monsters. I received the standard goblin extermination that was considered a permanent request. This opponent for this time is just tried to test the performance of the sword. We entered the forest looking like we're just walking a dog, but we're hunting goblins. We've been walking for a while, but we haven't encountered a single goblin. Hey, Esther. Goblins have a high encounter rate, right? Is that a knowledge from your old world, Toru? Esther, yeah, I guess so. Of course, there are no goblins in Japan. If so, such terrifying monsters would have been eradicated using modern weapons. Aside from that, my knowledge is more from games rather than Japanese general knowledge. Weak monsters should have a high encounter rate. Also, when I first encountered goblins, they were in a horde, so I thought we would find it easily once we entered the forest. However, it is difficult to encounter goblins. With this, far from testing the performance of the new weapon, the permanent requests won't be cleared. Goblins are indeed monsters that you often encounter. If you're unlucky, you'll even meet a horde. Esther smiled bitterly while saying that. She probably doesn't want to remember the memory of when she was about to be killed. And at that moment, the sound of the grass rustling reached my ears. So I focused on the source of the sound. That's not a goblin. What is that? It wasn't the goblins that shook the grass, but a bouncy, transparent creature. Oh, that's slime. Esther, oh. So this is a slime. It is the most famous genderless creature in Japan, familiar from Peru. I am, good slime. Note, no idea what this reference is. I carefully observe the slime. It has an oval shape like a mizumanju and a small core that can be seen in the center. Note, mizumanju is those raindrop cakes that became a fad some time ago. Google Sensei has tons of images. Its movement speed is slow. Sometimes slime bounces. Cute. No, Thor. Pets are not allowed at the inn. Esther, Ku. Esther probably noticed my reactions and immediately stopped me. If she didn't stop me, I will absolutely return to the city with slime hiding in my chest. Can slime be a pet? That's right. Many citizens keep it because it's a monster that is beneficial to humans. Putting it in an aquarium to keep the water clean, and put it in a pond to purify sewage. Even Finlis has a lot of slime in the water supply, sewerage, and wells. The guild will is usually asked by the city to replenish the dead slimes. Esther. Slime is sort of a familiar. That's right. When poison flows into the river, slimes that hate that and come out of the water all at once, which is useful for early warning. Esther, it cleans water like a sea cucumber and reacts to poisons like a canary. Note, fun fact: canaries are used in ancient times to detect poison in the air. Google Sensei has more info about that. Slimes in Eargard are quite capable. Inspiring my cute animal-loving heart, I am quite motivated to protect and shelter the slime. However, Esther's eyes are unexpectedly harsh. I can't help but be sad and give up capturing this slime. I vow that someday, I will have a slime as a pet. By the way, Toru, I'd like to hear an explanation. Esther, about what? You see, that's what is with the multiple fireball floating on your head? Esther, above Toru, there are currently 10 fireballs moving in a row above my head. Previously, the limit was 5, but thanks to my daily training, I can now control up to 10 simultaneous fireballs. What the hell are we going to fight? Esther, those are for goblins. But the goblins are nowhere to be found. Realizing that, I feel a weight on my shoulder. Oh, I'm almost perfect with the instant casting of water ball, so you don't have to worry about a forest fire. That's not what worries me. Esther's shoulders rise like an angry cat. Tilde 3RD person perspective. Unbeknownst to Toru, no one wants to approach a person or place where a fireball is filled with magic power flying all over the place. Goblins aren't our enemy, but is it because of him that they haven't been encountered for such a long time? Such a problem should have raised the issue. Unlike Esther, who is seriously thinking about whether to stop Toru's eccentricity, Toru was now thinking of the way to lure goblins. Tilde Toru's perspective, whistling is the standard action for attracting monsters, isn't it? But is whistling effective in this world? Esther, is there any way to lure goblins? It's nothing complicated. You can burn a special herb to attract monsters, but it's difficult to lure goblins only. Esther, I see, although it is not for goblins, there is a dog whistle that calls a specific dog breed and a dragon whistle that calls a specific dragon breed. Esther, I have been worried for a while, so I am leaving Esther for a while and is about to enter the bushes. What's wrong, Toru? Esther, just picking flowers, ! I understand. Call me when you're done. Esther, thank you for understanding. After confirming that Esther has turned around, I hid behind the bush and summoned the skill board. I opened the technique tree. After all, it should have the skill of calling monsters. Then, I should find one. If I don't get it, I won't know the effect. When I get a skill, it may not have the desired effect though. Nevertheless, I never intended to acquire that skill easily. Whistling. Skill points 11, 1, whistling. Whistling LV4, I've returned to Esther while whistling lightly to check the skill. Ho ho kekio. The whistling was in the tune of my favorite song. Toru, you're good at whistling. Esther, well, yeah, so why are you whistling? Esther, I wondered if I could call a goblin with this. Sure, you might be able to call something if you make a noise. But calling goblins seem far-fetched. Esther, well, I'll just try it. The thought of using a whistle to call a goblin, it's not a great idea. The result is what can happen with whistling LV4. At least I wish I knew in advance what I could do. With that in mind, I whistled, imagining a sound suitable for calling goblins. Chapter 44, Wholesale Goblin Hunting. I whistled, imagining a sound suitable for calling goblins. Jegajgajiga. Toru? Those sound like goblins talking. Esther. It's a whistle though. is such a whistle. Esther. Like Esther, I was upset though I'm not showing it on my face. I just imagined the voice of a goblin, and I never thought that a similar sound would be played through my lips. Whistling skill. Scary. The goblin-like sound is produced by the quivering sound of my lips. By skillfully adjusting the firmness and opening of my lips, it is changed into Jenga. When I imitate the goblin's voice with a whistle, my lips vibrate and feel weird. So I whistled many times, like a child playing with a brand new toy I've never seen before. Jigga 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 jigga. As I continued to whistle, my intuition sensed the signs of a large number of creatures coming towards us. Oh, they came. Hey, Toru. It looks like something amazing is happening. Esther. Unlike me, who summoned magic sword and entered battle mode, Esther is a little too relaxed. Esther, you're pretty calm. Like nothing's about to happen. Goblins appeared one after another from the depths of the forest. We are now surrounded by hordes of goblins. However, I wasn't scared at all. I've never been surrounded by goblins, but compared to when I was in front of the Queen Rockworm, there is an overwhelming difference between C rank and E rank monsters that cannot be overcome in quantity. Seeing that we are surrounded on all sides, I shot their fireball over my head. I annihilated one side completely. After confirming that their fireball had landed, I immediately cooled the area with water ball. Esther, over here. Esther. I pulled Esther's hand and ran in the direction that was wiped off by the spells. There are no goblins there. What remained is empty charred earth. I also made a wall with rock needle and raises some more behind me. Okay, then Esther, let's go. What now? Esther. Isn't this a trial run for your sword? I don't need such a large amount of goblins even if I do a trial run. Esther. Esther screams pretty loud. However, perhaps because she felt danger, she pulled out the long sword and held it in front of her. I have a great idea. I'm thinking of clearing the request and leveling up at the same time. Even so, this is too many. Esther. It's okay. I'll fight with you and I'll do something about it. It didn't seem much at all and I started subduing the goblins approaching us. Esther's perspective. I am fighting alongside Dora, who has cut down the approaching goblins in half. In the beginning, I counted 1 and 2, but when they exceeded 10, I stopped counting. The new sword was very comfortable to use. The sharpness is terrifyingly sharp. I was able to split the goblin's body in two without using any force. Also, the sword was very light. I won't be swung around by the sword's weight even without using strength enhancement, and no matter how much I swing, I feel like I'm not getting fatigued. Before, I've used 80% of my body strength to kill a goblin. However, now I can defeat goblins at about 40% of my strength. I am now able to fight for a longer period. I'm getting goosebumps because the performance of the sword was completely different from the swords I've used before. I wondered how one weapon could make a battle so easy. However, the repeated action of cutting down the goblins attacking one after another began to wear out not my body but my mind. Gobbu gobbu. Jegaga. When the number of goblins is reduced significantly, Toru immediately whistles for more goblins. The total number of goblins does not change like you're taking water from the ocean using a pail. Gobbu 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 gobbu. Also, Toru was pleased to learn he can whistle new goblin voices. Well, Toru, aren't the number of goblins enough? Esther, a little more. Just a little more. I have already heard that line so many times. How much is his a little more? How long should I fight? Esther, I feel myself losing my will as the endless goblin subjugation took place. Tilde Toru's perspective, the forest is filled with goblin corpses. I was moving through the tall pile of goblin corpses. I was so absorbed in subduing the goblins in front of me I just continuously whistled. Of course, this is a life-threatening battle. I wasn't playing, and I was aware that I was killing goblins. However, I couldn't stop my desire for leveling up because I felt my body becoming lighter and my movements quicker as long as I continue fighting. This is the same as when I was playing games in Japan. When I find an efficient leveling method, even if I was drowsy, I kept on fighting until I fall asleep. Especially in Yagud, I am called an inferior person. If I find an efficient leveling up method, I should improve myself as much as possible. It wasn't fatigue or drowsiness that stopped me from leveling up though. Even if I whistled, there are very few goblins coming. I've probably hunted most of the goblins nearby. I was forced to stop subduing the goblins because of inefficiency. I made a hole in the ground using earth magic, and goblins with cut ears are thrown one after another. Next to me, Esther with fish eyes was sitting on the ground and leaning against a tree. We've hunted quite a bit and I wonder if she's tired. I left Esther alone because she didn't respond after I talked to her several times. After collecting the ears, I piled up several logs on top of the goblins with the holes and burned them with using fireball. The smell of burning goblins was so bad that I continued to blow it towards the sky with wind magic. When there was nothing to burn in the hole, Esther, who had regained some light in her eyes, finally stood up. Esther walked up to me and tapped me on the shoulder. It hurts? What? Why did you hit me? No, somehow. I didn't have a word to describe what I'm feeling. Esther, ? I can't help but shrug my shoulders. Think about Esther's incomprehensible behavior. They're all burned to ashes. Esther, well, so we won't attract rockworms like before. Rockworm appeared in a shallow forest, probably because we left the goblin corpses after we killed the whole horde. Few monsters like to eat goblins. Still, so that there won't be a repeat of last time, it is better to turn the corpses to ashes. Well then, I fill the hole. Yeah? After confirming that the goblins have been completely burned down, I am slightly fascinated by the objects remaining in it. What's wrong, Toru? Esther, no, I thought that thing looks familiar. A pale yellow solid object remained in the hole. As expected, I don't want to get it right away, so I tried to pick up the object using a tree branch that had fallen nearby. It's hard, but what is it? Isn't it just goblin fat? Esther, I frowned at Esther's words. Looking at the goblin's remains, I wasn't convinced. However, for some reason, when I imagined that it was Forbidden Object X, the disgust that I should feel when I saw the remains didn't come. Note, I don't know what this Forbidden Object X is. Fat is really fat? Then, thought acceleration began to work at a high speed. My body was shaken to the conclusion drawn by maybe this dash, Chapter 45, Monster Soap. Maybe this is soap. I did bake the goblins. When I baked the goblins, I used logs to make the fire more intense. The minimum required materials to make soap is wood ash and animal fat. I did have everything I need to make soap. But a small part of me is sounding a warning bell. Is it really beautiful? On the contrary, if it is an evil soap that spreads the smell of goblins, it is just plain harmful. It shouldn't see the light of day and be buried immediately. Hey, Esther. Do you sell soap in Finlis? Soap? Oh, that product is just for aristocrats. Esther, hey. Is it really such a high-class product? I think it was sold for 5 silver coins. Esther. 5 silver coins. Plain soap is priced at 50,000 yen. It's a waste to bury it without checking. I showed the spirit of motenai peculiar to Japanese people, quickly fished the soap from inside the hole. Note, no direct translation I think. But it just means, what a waste. It's sort of similar to being frugal but more. I think as an Asian we all have this trait. Like every penny counts and another man's trash is another man's treasure. So on and so forth. Google Sensei might be able to give better examples. I poked it with a stick and smelled it. It smells like unscented soap. The scent is slightly oxidized and oily. The quality is poor compared to the ones used in Japan. However, the raw material is goblins. It is enough for it to not smell like goblins. I wonder how much dirt will be removed using this. I cut the soap to pieces with magic sword and threw it into the inventory. After that, I filled the hole and offered a small prayer. Then I looked at Esther. She is moist with sweat, since we've just finished fighting, but she splattered with blood. I, on the other hand, am drenched with blood. Like last time, there is also stuff other than blood that I don't really know and don't want to know. Hey, why is Esther so beautiful? What? Toru, you idiot. What are you suddenly saying? Esther. After listening to me, Esther's ponytail jumped straight up like a cat's tail. She blushed and her gaze wandered sideways. Because you're not splattered by goblin blood and all that. What kind of skill did you use? Ah, what the hell do you mean? Huh? Esther. Esther suddenly looked tired and sighed. The reason I don't get splattered by blood is because I'm thinking about how I slash and where I am. Rather, I wonder why Toru's swordsmanship is so bloody. Esther is probably right to wonder about that. I did not have this ability from the beginning. I acquired it and quickly raised the skill level using the skill board. The experience and knowledge that should have been with someone with my skill level are missing. I just thought that if I defeat a lot of monsters, I would get splattered with blood, but apparently, that's not the case. If you get drenched in blood, your hands will become slippery, and if you get it in your eyes, your vision will be impaired. You shouldn't get drenched on the battlefield. But you. Esther made a difficult expression while stopping midway. There is one senior adventurer in Finlis who doesn't bother getting blood-soaked. That adventurer's specialty is a mace though. Since their way of fighting is different from Toru, you do not have to be like them, getting blood-soaked all the time. Esther, a mace is a blunt weapon similar to a club. Certainly. When using it to bludgeon a monster to death, it is difficult to avoid splatters. This is because the stronger the force, the more the smashed area will explode. It's an area for improvement. As expected, if I get bloody every time I fight a monster, I won't have enough clothes. Also, I am by no means the type that can tolerate being dirty. Ever since I lived in Japan, I have been conscious of my personal hygiene and cleanliness as a functioning member of society. I thought that it was unavoidable to get bloody when fighting with monsters. But it's avoidable, so I shouldn't always have to be bloody. From now on, I vow to think more and more about my performance during battle. 3rd person perspective. An adventurer was drinking ale at the guild's bar. Then 2 adventurers appeared from the guild entrance. One is a very beautiful young woman. The adventurer at the bar wanted to get closer to the pretty adventurer. But the other adventurer with the girl was a boy. What? Adventurer from the bar. As soon as he saw the boy, the man downed his ale immediately. The boy is smeared with blood all over, making him look like an overly ripe tomato. Other adventurers who were also drinking at the bar noticed his strange appearance. The murmuring among the adventurers spreads, That kid was from last time, random adventurer. Yeah, he was on a roll, random adventurer. I'm sure he was an inferior. Random adventurer, he's an inferior. The man smiled distortedly at the words of the adventurers he heard. The man clearly remembered the bloody adventurer and imagined that boy was quite the ridiculous creature. But if the boy was an inferior, he doesn't have to be afraid. Inferior people are a group of people with very low fighting power. If he's an adventurer, it's probably because of the support of the woman next to him. Leaving his mug of ale, the adventurer quickly stood up. He is a man who is more suitable to that beauty than some unknown inferior. I don't know why that beautiful adventurer is with the boy, but I'm sure she's just being nice to him. Then, she should know. How wonderful it is to team up with a strong adventurer. Hey, boy. Adventurer from the bar, the adventurer called out to the tomato boy. But the boy doesn't glance at him. He got completely ignored. The boy's attitude causes the adventurer's blood to rise to his head. No matter how low-ranked, the adventurer is an E-ranker. He's a great adventurer. It is quite annoying that he was being ignored by an inferior. After all, it seems that I have to do my best to show you your position. Adventurer from the bar. The man clenched his jaw and swung his fist from behind the boy with all his might. The next moment, huh? Adventurer from the bar. Bitin'. The adventurer had his back on the floor. Note. Bitin', another sound effect for falling stuff. The pain gradually spread to across his back. It is hard to imagine that his attack was evaded by an inferior. Then, the adventurer had no idea what had happened to him. The adventurer was stunned for a while. What are you doing in the guild? Voice. Then he heard a deep gut-wrenching voice. This is the voice of Graf, a former C-rank adventurer, a trainer belonging to the Adventurers Guild. As soon as the voice is heard, the adventurer stands up quickly. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, with only a slight backache. Graf glared at the man who stood up. I hate dealing with bastards. Graf, what? No, I'm not. Adventurer from the bar. Is it an excuse to attack other adventurers in the guild? I have to crush that hubris at the root. Graf, no. Hey, wait. Adventurer from the bar, shut up. Follow me quietly. Graf, who had a demon-like appearance, couldn't let him spout excuses, and the adventurer was dragged. Chapter 46, Crush the Bright Red Tomatoes. Immediately after entering the guild, I got entangled with a strange adventurer. For some reason, an adventurer suddenly attacked from behind me with his fists. Fortunately, the man wasn't serious. Once the other party started to move, I responded just in time. It's probably thanks to me having acquired Aikido, I was able to neutralize the other party without hurting him. If I injured the other party, I would be reported again. I stroked my chest in relief, glad that I acquired Aikido. Toru, what's with that guy? Esther. Can we just go? Esther asked, but I don't know what to say. As I was thinking about what to do, the man was immediately taken to the training ground by Graf-san, who appeared and grabbed the guy by the neck. Looking at Graf-san, who looks like a Hagiu, I felt quite sad on behalf of the adventurer. I will pray for him to leave the training ground peacefully. Note, a Hagiu is one of those demon masks on Japanese anime and manga. Google Sensei has it covered. I noticed that I was standing in the guild, so I went to the guild reception counter. Hey? Marie. When I put a bag full of ears on the counter, Marie's face suddenly changed into surprise. Ah, what is this? Marie, goblin ears. We took the goblin subjugation request. Well, I see. Marie, little did I know, Marie, who received the proof of subjugation from me, was screaming inwardly. Marie's perspective, why is the proof of goblin subjugation in such a huge sack? Marie, The jute bag that was handed over was large enough I could fit inside it. And the bag is inflated like a meat bun. Some parts of the bag were leaking blood and some have ears trying to poke out. I'm having trouble opening the sack. There are probably goblin corpses inside and not just ears. And above all, Toru himself is drenched in blood like some terrifying creature. My belief in his ability is to the extent that he would probably never receive any injury, no matter how blood-soaked he is. Marie, I've prepared myself, so I opened the mouth of the jute bag. A lot of bloody ears, ears, ears. Never-ending ears inside the bag. I silently closed the mouth of the sack. Phew. Marie, I took a deep breath to calm my heart that is about to fly off my chest. I took in everything. No doubt this scene will visit me later in my dream. Since becoming a receptionist, I have experienced some events that I never want to experience again. Purchase of corpses of monsters that have been torn apart, and magic stones that are slimy with blood. The worst thing was the appraisal of a material, according to adventurers, that was completely infested by insects. It was certified garbage and incinerated grudgingly. I have experienced such events, thought to myself. Congratulations, Toru. Starting this moment, this here bag is number 1, Marie. Oh well, business is business. Toru has never harassed me. If he ever harasses me, please forgive me for a slap or two, but he's just doing what an adventurer should do. I reluctantly scrutinized the ears. Toru's perspective, I watched Marie's work over the counter until she was done analyzing the subjugation proofs. Suddenly in the middle of the analysis, Marie, who was counting ears, began to tear up for some reason. What is happening to her? The thought was puzzling me. There must be some deep meaning with her tears. Thank you very much for your patience. Marie, after the analysis, Marie, whose eyes were now bright red, presented a piece of paper with the results to me. There were 136 subdued goblins on the paper. Oh, I hunted quite a bit. That's right. Esther, in contrast to me, who is rejoicing, Esther seems to be quite dull today. For a permanent request on subduing goblins, you can get 4 large bronze coins, 40 guard, for every 5 hunted. Since there are 136 animals this time, the number is rounded down to 27 units. The total was 1,080 guard. I made a lot of money in one day. It's a very profitable request to subdue goblins. Disagreeable. Esther, truly. Marie, Esther and Marie are mumbling something at my comment. Unbeknownst to me, the inner thoughts of the two women seem to be in agreement. Because there is no other person who hunts like this. Marie and Esther, the number of my achievements were abnormal in the eyes of people. I left the guild after receiving a jute bag containing 10 silver coins and 8 large bronze coins. I went to the public well. Then I took out the soap from and washed off the blood of the goblins on my clothes. Goblin blood flows into the sewage ditch along with the soap bubbles. Oh, a lot of it is getting removed. This is quite effective. I didn't aim for this at all, but I was whistling while washing my body. This due to the joy of getting a usable soap for free by chance. Gobble 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 gobble, Toru, please have mercy and don't use that whistle in the city. Esther, oh, does Esther also want to use this soap? It's fine. Esther, yeah? It probably seems dirty. The original material is goblins. No matter how much dirt is removed, you still lathered yourself with goblin fat. Even Esther, who is accustomed to adventure, doesn't feel like going out. While imitating a goblin's voice, I wash away the goblin's blood using the soap made from goblins. Seeing such a profane scene, Esther sighed deeper and deeper. I continued to subdue goblins the next day. The reason was simple. The experience gained was a lot. Level 21-25, skill points 141. Currently, no matter how much I am surrounded by goblins, I cannot feel any threat. Of course, I still have to be alert and careful, but I can subdue it much easier compared to rockworms. Besides, if I use a whistle, I can summon goblins as much as I want. Just standing quietly, although not truly quiet, I raise my level. It is just me alone who continues with this method. I am also learning about the proper way to fight without blood splattering back while dealing with goblins. Leveling is important, but fighting without being blood-soaked is also important. It's good now, but eventually, the blood splatters during the battle may backfire. Also, some monsters may have strong acidic blood or diseased blood that causes illness just by being exposed to it. There was no reason not to train splatter-free swordsmanship. While subduing the goblins, I stand while avoiding getting blood splattered back. This is the first time I've had trouble on the battlefield since I came to this world, even though I was quite good at RPGs. I was not good at shooting games from the first-person perspective, commonly known as FPS, so I was not good at moving around. Day after day, I returned to Finlis, looking like a bright red tomato. Luca's perspective. Luca, who appeared in the guild, enjoyed drinking again after a long while at the bar attached to the guild. For some time now, I haven't been able to act as an adventurer because I've been focusing on my activities in the service of the church. My main profession is still an adventurer. But the church is important. Still working with the guild is equally important. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw you, big sis. Voice. As I was drinking, a strange friendly male adventurer approached me. One of the best tales I've ever experienced is ruined. From the attitude of the other person, I can see that they must have met me once somewhere. But I didn't recognize the male adventurer's face. Where did you go until now? I haven't seen you for quite some time. Overly friendly adventurer, I was doing a long request. Luca, hey, I was worried that my big sis disappeared. Overly friendly adventurer, other adventurers also noticed my existence because the man speaks quite loudly. Big sister, they all come calling to Luca one after another. I am a well-known adventurer here in Finlis. Perhaps because of that, a lot of adventurers talk to me that I can't enjoy the taste of ale. Luca-san, in fact, a newcomer has recently joined the guild. Oh yeah, that tomato guy. I feel a little good he's been violent against other adventurers. Something he did the other day is bad news. He was squeezed by Graf. Shut up. How was Graf's loving guidance? Die? Then, let's go. He seems great even though he's an inferior. He kept hogging Marie and goes on a rampage. By the way, he likes salads. Don't listen to that story. Lucas-san, please do something. Words that I don't understand, whether it's all resentment, jealousy, or both, surround me. I drank a little more ale, but I was more than half drunk. I know I'm weak to alcohol. Oh, Lucas-san, it's that tomato. Overly friendly adventurer. When I looked at where the adventurer was pointing, I could see a boy dyed in bright red. I remembered the boy's face. That boy is Luca. As soon as I remembered, I stood up quickly. Overwhelmed by my momentum, several adventurers tumbled about. Luca-san moved. Overly friendly adventurer, this is a newcomer, I'll meet him. Luca, I start walking towards the adventurer laughing quite loud. I swear in the name of Forces, the god of justice, I will drop the hammer of justice on that boy. Chapter 47, Bloody Saint Luca. I entered the guild and sensed a strange presence from the bar. It was a strong presence that I had never felt before. No, I think I know this presence. Where did I last felt this? A woman with a strong presence came to me while I was thinking. You there, Luca? It was the sister I met at the Fossils Church, the one who is quite rough and got way too close. She is still wearing her robe, but a magnificent mace hangs down her waist. Wow, she smells like alcohol. From her breath, as she approached, I smelled an alcoholic odor that would have gotten her in so much trouble with Earth's traffic law. Her face is also quite red. She's that drunk. I've heard stories from other adventurers. A sneaky man who dyed his body bright red and worked violently towards adventurers. I'll remind you of the power of justice in the name of God. Fossils. Luca. The woman points her finger straight at me. I was taken back by the strength of her presence. The evil tomato from the Inferior salad. Luca. Who? After the woman said those mysterious collections of words, the adventurers who were watching us from the bar collapsed all at once. They began to mutter, "Damn, isn't Finlay's ultimate weapon useless? Or she's too vulnerable to liquor. What the hell is this?" My shoulders slump in confusion and dismay. The woman looked even closer to me. Esther's eyes were switching between me and the lady quite rapidly. By the way, you visited the Fossils Church before, didn't you? Luca. Yes, yeah, that's right. It seems that you don't have enough power of justice. Here, I will show off the secret technique, thumb teleportation. Luca. No, thank you. I immediately withdrew, and the woman sadly dropped her shoulders. Next to us, I think I've seen it somewhere, that mace. Maybe you're the blood-soaked Luca. Esther. Yes, I'm called that after being an adventurer. Luca. Oh. This might seem like the first time, but we've met once before, but let me introduce myself again. I'm Esther. I'm an E-rank adventurer. Esther. Thank you very much. I'm Luca, a C-rank adventurer. Luca. Esther bowed her head, put out her hand towards Luca. I tilted my head in confusion at what's happening beside me. Blood-soaked? Oh, this person is a great adventurer who has risen to C-rank while using a single mace. She only used that mace, and because of her fighting style, she was given the alias, Blood-soaked. It seems that Luca was the adventurer Esther mentioned before, who didn't mind the blood splatter. She is also C-ranker. Amazingly, she was a top-notch adventurer. Even if we're both blood-soaked, our positions are vastly different from each other. Having the real thing in front of me made me embarrassed that I was drenched with blood. I'm Toru. I'm an E-rank adventurer. Nice to meet you. Ah, you too? Oops, me too. Luca. Then she noticed our hands, so Luca reached back. After shaking hands and exchanging greetings, Luca returned to the bar. Eh? That's it? What the hell was that? I was stunned while looking at Luca's back. There was something about complaints, that's why she came to us. It seems that she forgot what she had to do because she was drunk. I have learned from my experience as a member of society that I will not be able to do things properly once I become extremely drunk. So I didn't snoop on why she approached us, but quickly got the request processed. Tilde 3rd person perspective. After the blood-soaked Luca withdrew. An adventurer is grinding with molars. Even Luca-san didn't hurt him. Overly friendly adventurer. The man is the adventurer who was previously thrown by Toru and tortured by guild staff Graf under the guise of training. To relieve the humiliation at that time, the man urged Luca, who was drunk, to put Toru in his place. If he's dealing with a far superior adventurer, Toru would be nothing against them. He thought so, but unfortunately, the plan didn't work. Damn. I'll hurt that inferior somehow. Overly friendly adventurer, I'll use every method. No matter what. Without being discouraged by failure, the man planned a new strategy. Tilde Toru's perspective. It took me a week to finish the goblin's subjugation until I was no longer blood-soaked. After all, techniques are not something that can be acquired overnight. Note, unless you have a skill board. During that time, my level gradually became more difficult to rise, and in the end, it did not rise at all. Level 2530, Skill Points 4191, Chapter 48, The First Dungeon. The next day, Esther and I departed from the east gate of Finlis along with the sunrise. Our destination is Flare-Light Dungeon. Nevertheless, Esther knew a lot about Flare-Light Dungeon. I was enthusiastic that I would eventually reach D rank. I was preparing to be given a rank promotion quest at any time. Esther knew quite a bit about the details regarding Flare-Light Dungeon. She had gathered information in advance on all 4 types of quests that change each season, from the location of the dungeon, internal structure, and the boss that appears. I was just enthusiastic about being a D-rank adventurer this early. When did you collect the information? It's around the time I registered for the Adventurers Guild. Esther, it's a whole lot earlier. Information is the best weapon for adventurers. Besides, senior adventurers are interesting. Just listening to them is a learning experience. Maybe because I was a new adventurer, the senior adventurers were kind enough to teach me. Esther, isn't it because Esther was a woman rather than because she was a newcomer? If a male adventurer is a newcomer and a female adventurer says, "I want to know you," everyone would be very confused. Anyway, I put my hand on my chin and start to ponder. If our party started collecting information for the first time yesterday, would the information be collected easily? First, the number of adventurers in D rank is overwhelmingly smaller than at in E rank or F rank. Also, adventurers are pretty much self-employed. Other adventurers are peers, rivals at work. As our party moves up to D rank, our rivals will increase accordingly. How many people would be willing to give the information they have to possible future rivals free? Especially for a quest like this, information is very important. If our party starts collecting information, the D-rank adventurers would have priced the cleared quest information. And if we had no choice but to purchase the information, the probability of gaining information was 25% at most. It's probably the reason why the quest that just requires going through the dungeon has a 1-week grace period. Maybe we cleared most of the quest without knowing it. I am deeply grateful to Esther, who had gathered information in advance. Flare-Light Dungeon was a 2-hour walk from Finlis. At the foot of the hill, my jaw dropped. There was the entrance to Flare-Light Dungeon. It looks like a crack in the earth that was born naturally, but there was a staircase just after entering the crack. It can never be a naturally occurring hole. The walls, ceilings, and floors inside were also covered with a hard material that didn't look like normal soil. Toru. Again, just in case, fire is strictly prohibited in the dungeon. Never use fire magic, okay? Esther, I know. Esther carefully cautioned me. Of course, that is one of Esther's priorities apparently. Flare-Light Dungeon's ignition agent, Flare-Light, can be obtained here. When you use fire magic here, you will be able to witness a scene like a big explosion at a fireworks factory in a special front row seat. In exchange for your own life. So Esther is meticulously calling attention. Of course, I also don't want to suffer from a dungeon explosion. So, even if I use magic this time, I will make it so that there will be no danger of ignition. By the way, there are monsters in the dungeon, right? That's right. A dungeon produces monsters. In such a small dungeon, it will only produce a certain number of monsters, it will not increase anymore. And monsters do not go out of the dungeon. On the other hand, if it is a large dungeon, monsters will continue to be produced, and a phenomenon where monsters escape called a stampede will occur. In cities near large dungeons, sometimes large subjugation units are formed to curb a stampede. Esther, immediately after entering the dungeon, Esther stopped. Toru, can you see the trap over there? Esther. There is something there. Esther pointed to the floor. At first glance, I don't know what she's pointing at, but when I observed it closely, the color of the floor was slightly different in only that place. That's a trap. That's right. Unlike the outside, there are traps in the dungeon, so be careful. Esther, dungeons are not natural. It has a dungeon core with properties similar to magic stones, and it is a creature with an ecology similar to mushrooms that has eroded the earth around it. Eagard's general view of the dungeon is that it is a structural creature that targets humans and devises ways to prey on them once they're inside. Aside from that, this trap wasn't created by anyone, but by a dungeon. When you go through a dungeon, you have to pay attention to such traps at the same time as a monster's attack. We avoid the trap we first discovered and proceeded to go deeper. Immediately discover a new trap and avoid it, but there is also another new trap. Hey, why are there so many traps? I was quickly fed up with the number of traps that could be found just by walking after a few meters. I'm wondering what's up ahead, but I can't proceed at all because of the traps. I wanted to go further faster, but this is what a dungeon is like. Esther, it's too much. As far as dungeons go, I guess it's just a matter of getting caught in one of them. Usually, scouts come forward and disable the traps, but we have no scouts at our party. Esther, at our party, there are only 2 people, a swordsman and a swordsman who can use magic. Since there are no scouts, it is unavoidable that our walking pace not increase. Still, I am quite bothered. Is there a way to go faster? Isn't it good, Toru? This is also part of the real thrill of capturing a dungeon. It's my first time exploring the dungeon, so let's enjoy avoiding traps. Esther. Hey Esther. How do scouts nullify traps? That's right. It seems that you can invalidate it by activating a trap, but I don't know the specific method. Esther. Ways for activating can be, in the case of a pit, by deliberately stepping through the lid. The scout knows the difference from other floors clearly. Yes. Then I might be able to do it. I came up with an idea, so I immediately need the magical power inside my body. And Toru, what on earth are you going to do? Fire magic. Why are you using it here? Esther, Chapter 49. Proceed safely and comfortably in the dungeon. And Toru, what on earth are you going to do? Fire magic. Why are you using it here? Esther. It's okay. I don't plan on using fire. After reassuring Esther in a quick, I held her hand and braced ourselves. The next moment. Girigirigari. Note. Girigirigari is an onomatopoeic word for crunching, scratching, and all grinding sounds. Ikata, which I have expanded the range of effect, goes down the corridor while scraping the surface of the dungeon. After that, in the passage where the surface was scraped, the miserable appearance of the destroyed traps was revealed. What was that? Esther. When I heard that scouts neutralize traps, I wondered if I could do the same using magic. How is it the same? It's completely different. Esther. But didn't I disarm the trap properly? Is there anyone who destroys an entire passage just to destroy the traps? Esther. The scout aims at the trap and nullifies it. However, I am not a scout, so I cannot do delicate work. Since I have magic. Carpet bombing. If I scrape the surface of the passage cleanly, so won't all the traps be destroyed? That's what I thought. And as we can see, it was a great success. This will go smoothly. Oh, the real thrill of dungeon diving. Esther. Unlike me, who was excited when I was almost worshipping the entrance of the dungeon, Esther looked like her eyes rolled back and she became lifeless. As we proceeded while destroying the traps, my intuition sensed the signs of a monster. Nodding with Esther's eyes, I summoned my magic sword. Several monsters appeared from behind the corridor along with scratching footsteps. A flock of silver wolves. I saw those figures and doggy. I unsummoned their magic sword and used intimidation. Suddenly, silver wolves suddenly stopped. Their tails tucked and ran away to the back of the corridor in a blink of an eye. Toru. Why did you let the silver wolves escape? Esther. No, because. Isn't it pitiful? Goblins can be defeated easily, but silver wolves are different. I like small animals, so I was reluctant to take their life. If I don't take their lives, it's better for me. Your opponent is a monster, you know? Esther. But I can't help but think of Shiro, who I used to keep. My eyes began to water. Shiro is a white fluffy dog that I picked up on the riverbed when I was young. Shiro was a very smart and friendly dog. I cherished Shiro and we grew up together. However, it was on a very cold snowy day in Tokyo. I returned home from school and found the dead body of Shiro, who had already died. When I remember the coldness of Shiro that I hugged, I can't help but cry. Oh, I understand. Don't cry because I understand. Esther. Nah, I'm not crying. With that said, I quickly wiped my eyes. But, Toru, even if you drive it away, it will not be enough. Remember that you will pay for it in the future. Esther. All right, for the time being, Esther seems to allow my selfish actions. Regaining my focus, we went deeper into the dungeon, while shaving the passage. See? Esther. We reached the entrance of the dungeon boss while continuously destroying the trap. But I was pierced by Esther's gaze. In front of us, there is a black door that seems to be made of iron. The item, flare light, which is the target item this time, is probably behind the door. However, we were stranded in front of the door. In front of that door, a horde of silver wolves was lying on the ground. The silver wolves, who continued to be under the effects of my intimidation, lost the place to escape and was literally cornered to the far end of the corridor. The number was so high that there was no space to walk around the silver wolves. The silver wolves were looking up at me while flattening their ears. Seeing that figure, I imagine a fluffy scene where they escape one after the other. As my mind tries to escape from reality. Toru. Esther, but Esther doesn't allow it. Looking at reality, it strongly pierced my side. This is what resulted from Toru's actions. Toru should handle it responsibly. Esther's words are ruthless, but silver wolves are monsters, a creature that attacks and eats humans. As a result of scaring them away, they have been grouped in this area, so all the responsibility lies with me. It's good because we're in the dungeon now. However, if this is on the ground, the silver wolf that I had let to escape may be gathering and attacking the town without me. I summoned their magic sword, and took a step forward. With that alone, the silver wolves whined as if to say, no more. I bent over to look at a silver wolf. Who is the leader among you? The leader. Silver wolf chief. When Toru shouted, a silver wolf stood up vigorously. It stood up, but its waist was completely weak. It was so scary that it became incontinent. I can't stand seeing it. So I looked at the leader who puts the group together and said while using intimidation, Get everyone together and stand in a row by the wall. Now. Kion. All in all, a group of silver wolves, including the leader, began lining up on the walls of the corridor, with an agility that I would have been surprised in seeing. They are moving their front legs quickly, but their hips are stiff. It's an agile but stiff movement. Despite its despair, the silver wolves complied with my orders. If they don't keep at it, certain death is waiting. It was the result of successful survival instincts. Thanks to the silver wolf lined up along the aisle, the obstacles to our path disappeared. Okay, let's move on. No, Toru. This is weird. Esther hung her head down as Toru energetically proceeded to the innermost room. I've eliminated the obstacles, right? No, it didn't mean it that way. I meant subjugating the silver wolves. Esther glanced sideways at the silver wolf, who were hiding by the wall. The seen silver wolf reacts with Kion. Well, will I die? Is it dead? As if this was the monster's thoughts, their bodies shake in fear. Esther said. A dungeon basically produces a certain number of monsters, but unless it becomes a big dungeon, it will not discharge monsters to the outside. Then, the silver wolves can be spared. I think it's a good monster. As long as this monster is trapped in the dungeon, it won't bother anyone. Adventurers will appear from time to time, but unlike the townspeople and villagers who normally live on the outside, I'm in the dungeon with the idea of possibly getting injured or dying, so I can't complain if the silver wolves attack me. Tilde Esther, in response to my answer, Esther folded her arms and made a difficult expression. She's probably wondering how to argue. However, my argument is hard to contradict. It is possible to argue that you have to kill the monsters, but that seems to treat life lightly, and Esther's personality may become suspect. However, it is also an unacceptable idea in Neagud. Monsters are the enemy of mankind. They are an existence that is always incompatible. That is the common understanding of humans who grew up in Neagud. However, there are a certain number of monsters that can coexist with humans. For example, the slime. A monster that is by no means a human being should not be killed indiscriminately. Esther, who understands the reasoning, gave up arguing against me. Chapter 50, Flarelight. When I opened the door, I found 2 large dogs in the room. The dog was about twice as big as a silver wolf. Parents of the silver wolves? That's the wolf chief. Esther. Esther answered my questions while readying her sword. It's a D-rank monster. Esther. I understand. Understand the strength of monsters in just a few short words. The opponents are D-rank. Both have the ability of a rockworm. I was cautious, but I still stepped into the room at the usual speed. Toru. Esther. The wolf chiefs bared their fangs and attacked Toru all at once. Then the next moment. Esther. Esther let out a surprised voice. Then, the sound of a wet bag echoed all over the room. The wolf chiefs who attacked the I had already been torn in halves and were dead. At the same time as I was being attacked, I had slashed both of them apart. Toru. Weren't you unable to kill them? Esther. That's only for non-hostile dogs. It would be dangerous to leave such murderous dogs alive and lying around. I don't understand your standards. Esther. Esther suddenly held her head between her hands. I thought my view is clear. I decide whether or not they have murderous intent towards me. However, the opponent who abandons his murderous intent due to intimidation will be left alone. Anything that has a murderous intent even when it is intimidated is an enemy. This is not limited to silver wolves. Goblins, if they were only affected by intimidation, and forget about the murderous intent, I wouldn't have to kill them that much. The goblins were defeated and the wolf chiefs were defeated because they did not abandon their murderous intentions even if when I used intimidation. Of course, small animals are to be cared for, but that's it. Whether or not there is a murderous intent, that standard is absolute. There is no salvation if you are killed as a result of kindness. Aside from that, I defeated 2 monsters that seem to be dungeon bosses. All that remains is to find flarelight. Hey, Esther, what kind of substance is flarelight? Since it was described as an undiluted solution before processing, isn't it similar to a liquid? Esther, when it comes to that, is that all of it? I found a liquid that slowly flowed down the wall. It had overflowed from the wall like sap and was slightly amber in color. When I approached it and sniffed it, the liquid smelled like gasoline. This is probably the right one. Esther took out a leather bag from her inventory. At the time of this request, it was a leather bag for a water bottle that was purchased in advance on the market. Pressing the mouth against the wall, we collect the liquid. Now, I'm finally a D-rank adventurer. Esther, it's still early, Esther. It will only be cleared once we reported it to the guild. Yes, I know. Esther, we collected flare light until the leather bag was full, then we left the dungeon and quickly returned to Finlis. But at this point, we hadn't imagined that something wrong was happening in Finlis. Tilde 3rd person perspective. Lily, the shop owner of the magic bookshop, Lily, sensed something wrong even while she's inside her store. Her intuition has been sharpened by many years of studying. Had her sense the abnormality within Finlis. What happened? Usually the apathetic person, Lily molded her magical power and performed a non-attribute magic. Search, enemy, range enhancement. Lily, at that moment, Lily couldn't utter a single word. The non-attribute magic used is search, that focuses on enemy, and enhancement, that expands the spell's range of effect. Immediately after activating search, Lily felt a great deal of hostility. It's not just part of the city. It is within the entirety of Finlis. What is this? Lily, it was a moment when she was completely stunned. Even with this, Lily has lived for many years compared to humans. Before opening the store, Lily was working as an adventurer to improve her magic skills. Thanks to this, her magic skill has reached LV6, which is called a special level, and she has become an unrivaled magic user in Finlis. No matter what kind of opponent it was, she had the pride that she could defeat them by using magic. I won't let even one of your fingers touch my shop. Lily calmed down and took out her cane from under the counter. She went out of the store, with her plain cane, with no lavish decorations, just enormous magical power. There was a picture of hell. It was a sight that Lily had never seen before. A large number of silver wolves are running around the city of Finlis. The people who run away are hunted down by silver wolves, one after another, and are killed. The cobblestones of Finlis was already dyed bright red. She was quite surprised by the scene. Still, Lily uses the wind cutter to cut through the visible silver wolf one after another, doing her best not to injure anyone being chased or attacked, defeating only the silver wolves with unrivaled spell control. But, Lily, with Lily's power alone, it is like dropping water on a burning stone. The silver wolves that are inside Finlis is too outrageous to count. Beginner magic would barely make any difference if you use them. Naturally, Lily has the ability to wipe out a large number of silver wolves at once. However, if she does that, the city and people will not be safe from her spell. Defeating the silver wolves while destroying the city and killing its inhabitants is the worst ending. Of course, She can also use large-scale magic that only targets the silver wolves. However, it takes a considerable amount of time to cast and mold her mana to activate it. The intelligence of demons is lower than that of humans, but they're not stupid. They're sensitive to those who are planning on doing harm to them. If Lily tries to use large-scale magic, there will always be monsters that would interfere while she chants. Large-scale magic cannot be used without someone guarding Lily. For Lily, the current situation was like fighting with her hands tied. At worst, she would only be able to save her store. So, Lily stands in front of her store and defeats all the silver wolves with the determination to make sure none would pass. Meanwhile, she heard a loud voice. "Good luck, everyone. The power of adventurers is what is needed for this very day." Luca, the cheerful voice, belonged to the C-rank adventurer Luca. Lily knows Luca very well. She is a talented mace user who has 3 attributes: light, water, and non-attribute. She was at a party around the city while the group of adventurers is grouped together. Each has a sword drawn. "We will protect your loved ones and your precious city with our power. In the name of Forsos, the god of justice, let's drop an iron gavel to these evil monsters." Luca, finless adventurers. When Luca activated the intermediate judgment technique, Judgment, Call to Arms, the adventurers' fighting spirit rose all at once. Adventurers began to defeat silver wolves without minding the risks. That should be fine. Silver wolves are E-rank monsters. If their status and fighting spirit are raised, it is an opponent who can be defeated even by F-rankers. But there is a boundary where quantity can overcome quality. The extraordinary numbers of monsters made the adventurers' counterattack not as effective as they hoped. Luca is watching the battle situation by the well. While often shouting out instructions, she is simultaneously subduing monsters and rescuing citizens. She was showing the heights of being a C-rank adventurer. It's working out better. I'm relieved. Lily, the tide is changing due to the strenuous battle with Luca and the adventurers. At this rate, Finless will not fall. Lily was convinced at that moment, but when she saw a silver wolf that had been cut using a cutter, she noticed something. An amber liquid spilled out of the silver wolf's stomach. Seeing the color, Lily suddenly had a bad feeling. "That is from..." "No way, Lily." An answer appeared from Lily's memory. Before that, Dune. Note: explosion. The air around Finless howled and shook. Chapter 51, Miracle of Finless. Tilde 3 RD person perspective. The air around Finless howled and shook. The air vibrated, and at the same time, a bright red flame appeared. Do. The flames exploded one after another, eventually igniting the buildings. It was only a moment when a fire broke out in the surrounding buildings. It was an unusual fire. Flare light. Lily spat out while looking at the silver wolf's corpse where the flames came. Flare light, which was extremely flammable, filled the stomach of the silver wolves. When the number of silver wolves were defeated at a certain number, the fire magic used by someone ignited the flare light. The result is as she can see. The surrounding area was surrounded by a sea of fire. Not only the buildings but even the cobblestones splattered by flared lights are burning. No one can escape with this. Oh no, my shop. Lily's shop also couldn't escape the monster's flames. The flames that burned very strongly would turn Lily's shop into charcoal in no time. Lily's store was faster to burn than other places. This is because the store's product was paper magic tomes. Lily tried to use water magic, but most of the products in the store had already burned. It's already too late. My items. Many of the magic tomes that she has been working hard on collecting are easily burned down. Lily could only watch over such a scene without any means to solve it. Everyone, use the water from the well. Use the water to put out the fires. Luca. Meanwhile, Luca's desperate shouts echoed. Hearing that voice, an adventurer who was confronting the monsters joins the firefighting activity one after another. A bucket relay extending from the well soon became a long line. Lily watched the scene in disbelief. Under Luca's command, an adventurer takes water from the well. In one corner of the well, a bouncing creature had started to weaken. The creature is shaking its body wildly. It stretched out its tentacles as if it was asking for help. Lily's thoughts, when her store was burned, were vague, but seeing the creature's actions caught her attention. Is it the slime from the well? Why is it outside the well? And it's dying, Lily! Exclamation mark Lily. Lily was looking at it seriously, but she realized a certain possibility and she gasped. Multiple scenarios and possibilities are spinning wildly in her mind. Even if it was possible to happen, is it possible that that kind of scenario is happening right this moment? She's filled with an overwhelming feeling of dread, but who would go that far? However, the more she thinks about it, the more she thinks it is possible. In the first place, it is strange that a horde of silver wolves suddenly attacked Finlis. Flare light in the stomach of monsters started to invade a city that should not be easily entered by such equals H monsters. If such scenarios are connected and the possible causes and the movement of people are considered, what is the possibility of the worst situation to happen? Convinced, Lily shouted in a hurry. Well, don't use the 12 water. That's cool. Lily, however, the timing when Lily raised her voice was far too late. Lily suddenly became numb and she couldn't even make a sound. At the same time, people collapsed on their knees. Well, water is pumped up and firefighting is being carried out on a bucket relay. The water thrown into the burning house evaporates due to the flames. The evaporated water vapor is breathed in by the people of Finlis. What if poison was thrown into the well water? The inhabitants of Finlis are now collapsing due to the vapors. Those who have lost their mobility are gradually killed by fire and the monsters. Whether they die by burning in flames or by being eaten by monsters, there is only one future. What a devilish scheme! Realizing the possibility of poison, Lily quickly refined her magical power in her body and increased her resistance. However, it is not getting neutralized at all. She is continuously getting poisoned just by breathing. In front of the shadow of death who appeared, Lily could only clench her jaw in frustration. I can't die like this, Lily, a B-rank adventurer who could defeat even a low-ranking dragon if she prepared properly, would die helplessly from being eaten by silver wolves and getting burned by fire. What a pity. A drop of water suddenly fell on Lily's cheeks. Lily, the bucket relay has already ended due to the poison vapors spreading. No one should be carrying water. Rain? Lily, the sky is covered by this terrible black smoke is clear. There are no signs of rain. So what about these water droplets? The answer was reflected in Lily's eyes, which was filled with doubts. A boy who suddenly appeared before she knew it was pouring water from his palm toward the buildings where the fires were rising. When the water is being released, the burnt buildings are extinguished in a blink of an eye. Ah. I can't. Lily, most of Finlace's buildings are made of wood. When a fire breaks out, it cannot be extinguished immediately even if it is doused with water. However, the boy's water quickly extinguishes the fires in the buildings. What is happening? Lily, there. Lily noticed that she was able to move. The numbness has disappeared from her body that couldn't move before. Raising her body and checking her body's senses. There is no doubt. Her body is cured. But how? Lily looked at her hand and her finger touches her cheek where the drops had fallen. No way, God's holy water? Lily, water blessed by God has various effects. However, using holy water does not mean that a powerful skill would work. The effect is only to support and improve any disadvantageous situation. However, the use of holy water in this scene was just at the perfect moment. The water's fire-extinguishing power has been raised by the effect of holy water. One by one the fires are gone. Also, the spreading vapors of holy water neutralized the poisonous air that covered Finlis at the same time. Lily's neutralizing power overcame the poison, thanks to the clean poison-free air. Lily stands up and hits the stone pavement using her cane, and the next moment, dirty air was sent to the sky, and fresh air flowed into Finlis. Clean, Lily, taking a deep breath of the clean air made her feel much better. Lily is no longer completely giving in to the despair of her near-death encounter. Now, on the contrary, she was full of spirit. I will survive no matter what. That should be it. But seeing a young boy who was sprinkling so much expensive holy water in front of her, she can watch silently as a person who lived for so long and as an adventurer. That boy's name is surely Lily. Lily immediately remembered and once again deeply imprinted his name on her chest. The only nunnet boy in the world. Named Toru. Chapter 52, Finlis saved. We were leaving the flare-light dungeon and heading for Finlis, noticed that black smoke was rising in front of us. Hey, Esther. Does Finlis use smoke signals? I don't know if the city uses smoke signals, and I don't think it's a smoke signal. Esther. Is that so? That's too much smoke for a smoke signal. Esther. As Esther points out, there is too much smoke rising in the sky. When it comes to smoke signals, the smoke most likely came from a fire. Finlis has many wooden houses and it may be difficult to put out because it is quite crowded. While thinking about such things, they walked toward Finlis without feeling any tension. I am an adventurer, not a firefighter. Mochi comes from a mochi shop. Note. Mochi are delicious glutinous rice treats with fillings inside. From sweetened bean paste to ice cream. Google Sensei has images that would make you crave one. Finlis should also have firefighters, and if there is a fire, it's best to leave it to the professionals. However, I changed my mind when I saw the outer wall of Finlis. The number of inhabitants outside the outer wall of Finlis is unusually large. Besides, the atmosphere of the people outside was similar to wartime refugees. Some were lying down stained with blood, and others were crying on the chests of those who are now laying on the ground. Some are staring at the wall, and others are holding hands and praying towards the sky. This is not just any small matter. I thought and began to run towards Finlis with Esther in tow. What has happened? I approached the outer wall of Finlis and asked the residents nearby. It's monsters? Monsters suddenly appeared in Finlis. Citizen, monsters? That's stupid. What was the gatekeeper doing when the monsters got in? Esther, well, that's not the case. Maybe the monsters aren't coming from outside. Citizen, then where did they come from? If a monster enters, it's probably through Finlis Gate. Esther threw a suspicious gaze at the citizens. Finlis is surrounded by a thick and high wall to prevent monster attacks. If a monster tries to attack, it cannot enter because of the wall. Esther, who thinks that a monster is to go through the gate to get inside Finlis, is totally right. However, I looked at her. Maybe, but I don't think this person is wrong. Why? Esther, that's because a lot of people are outside of the gate. If a monster invades from the outside, it is dangerous to escape using the gate. Because monsters that can't fit through the gate may be waiting outside. Also, If a monster invades using the gate, they would be attacked by the monsters when they escape through the gate. However, many residents do not seem to be watching their surroundings. From this, it can be considered that there are no monsters outside, or that the monsters did not come in through the gate. If so, where did the monster come from? Esther. It doesn't matter at this moment. Exclamation mark, that's right. Let's go, Toru. Esther, yup. We passed through the finless gate at full speed with Esther pulling out her sword. Beyond the gate was just a picture of hell. People who have been bitten by their throats, people who have lost their limbs, people who have been burnt black, lots of people, and many pitiful people. Perhaps they were late to escape, and when he saw a person dying while stretching his hand forward, I naturally felt the strength in my hand now holding my magic sword. At that time, Toru, Esther, who discovered a silver wolf, called out. The silver wolf was devouring the fallen corpse. In response to Esther's voice, I raised my sword with my face dyed red. It was at the next moment. The silver wolf's neck fell silently. Esther's perspective. Toru, Esther. Before I noticed, Toru left me and the head of silver wolf fell. I couldn't follow his movement. I am now at level 30 thanks to Toru's aggressive leveling. Also, as I continued swinging my sword against the goblins, my sword dart reached LV3, which is between an intermediate and advanced level. If it's just my status, it's a level where I can be ranked as a C-rank adventurer. Despite this, Toru's movement was so fast that I lost sight of him. My spine tingled at such an overwhelming movement. Is this really Toru? He knelt and bowed to the man who was devoured by the silver wolf. I saw his profile and it definitely is Toru. However, he is totally different from the usual. It was an expression that I had never seen before. Esther, what is it? Esther, we may not be strong enough, but let's save this city. Finless. Esther, while I was scared of the atmosphere around Toru, I thought, Toru that will catch a silver wolf, is not normal. Esther finally understood the opponent Toru slashed at. He is not defeating monsters with hate or madness. Whether or not his opponent has murderous intent, Esther, the line is drawn clearly. It looks like there are quite a few monsters in Finless. Are the monsters only composed of silver wolves? Esther, maybe it's better to move apart than to move together with their number. Yes, that's right. Esther, silver wolves may be an overwhelming opponent for me. But in this situation, can I really do my best? Such anxiety is rushing through my mind. But Toru smiled as if he could even see beyond. Esther will be okay. Toru's words permeated into the doubt in my heart that had just opened. The words generate warmth and comforted me. I was full of energy in an instant, nodded with all my might. Then let's go. Okay. Esther, oh, it looks like the fire is raging, so I'll use magic. Magic? Esther, when he lightly waved his finger, I felt a soft breeze. The wind circulates around me. I could only smell burning buildings before, but as soon as Toru used magic, the smell of smoke disappeared. This is a wind barrier. Esther, some intermediate wind magic can interfere with arrows and magic. It is magic that the wind turns around the target person for a certain period of time and repels the attack. Did Toru use it? I opened my eyes in astonishment. Toru only bought beginner's magic tomes at Lily's store. I haven't heard that he has bought an intermediate magic book since then. Normally, new magic cannot be used without a magic tome. However, he used what seemed to be intermediate magic. Toru, that magic is Esther, so Esther. See you later. Oh, hey. Before I even asked, Toru ran away at a terrifying speed inside the city of Finlis.